Oh, yeah. It's gonna be a bit of a mukbang. Sorry, still eating. I got leftover spicy galbi pork ribs that we made, string beans, and brown rice. Oh, God. Oh. The bone got me. Get the rag. Strip. I'm wearing a button down since it's finally warm out. I think it's in like the 80s today here. My top half looks like I'm on vacation. Bottom half looks like I'm in the Soviet desert. I still got a blanket, and I got socks and slippies on. Yeah, the basement remains pretty cool, right? Happy Monday. Was 95 yesterday for you? Yeah, I think it was similar to us. Yes. It was pretty rough. Hey, Sinclair, what's up? Thank you so much for those 64 months. What's up, Sinclair? Sorry, still eating. I show you, but eat like a pig. Holy subs.
Yes.
Holy subs. Lord. Sinclair, thank you so much. Norts, what's up? Hey, thank you so much for those 31 months. Flying Dad Bum, what's up? How you been? Thank you so much for those egg months. Hey, H6, what's going on? Thank you so much for those 32 months. Dixtra, thank you so much for those 20 months. All right, I ran out of songs. Sorry. I'm almost done. I don't know why I even hit start stream. Make y'all suffer, I guess. Chat, would you rather it always be 90 degrees outside or 50 degrees Fahrenheit? 50 Fahrenheit is like 10 Celsius. 90 is like 33 Celsius. I thought more people would take 90, honestly. I'm a 50, 100%. And it's not even close, honestly, for me. I would take it all the way down to like 20. I would take 20 Fahrenheit over 90 outside every single day. Damn bone. Yeah, almost done. Couple more bites.
Have you come up with more impertinence to spout at me?
Give me high hand twitch.
140. 140 stream streak distra. Holy shit. I just realized. I mean, some of y'all, a bunch of y'all have streaks that high anyway. Dude had it too. I hadn't thought about it. Right? That's 4.5 months more. That's crazy talk. The temperature in my office right now. So straight 70 Fahrenheit or 21-ish Celsius. You lost your streak because of the stream from vacation time? No! That's right, for Balatro or whatever, right? Get smoked. I feel like if I was on a streak like that, and then I missed a day, I'd be like, I'm just not coming back. Forget it. I'm done. Okay. VODs and clips count? I have no idea. I'll admit the stream streak thing, I think, was a clever addition by Twitch. I don't know if it's really that big of a deal, but it's just like a fun little thing to say. And it helps me to know just how dedicated each of your prime bodies are. What? I don't know. Not really like that, but just, I don't know. It's just a fun thing to kind of annotate each day, right? You're not immune to number go up, right? Right. All right, I'll spin the wheel too. Fluorescent, you requested minute cryptic, right? Minute cryptic, minute. Nope. Trivia.
Have you come up with more impertinence?
Probably should replace the trivia because I don't actually have anything set up.
Away streaks just like they took our moments.
What's a good trivia topic here that I'm gonna know something about? Some kind of pop culture thing. Simpsons, I kind of did them all already. Pokemon, the thing is, beyond the original 150, I don't know the Pokemon. Boston sports teams, I would not be any good at that. Roguelikes, what about just general video game quiz? Video game quiz, Sporkle. I've probably done a lot of these too. Of course, the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 quizzes are just Pokemon. Video game systems. Show me play count. It's all Pokemon. Then Minecraft. Alright, I'm gonna have to scroll down pretty far to find one. Or League of Legends. Alright, come on, there's gotta be something here. Zelda games? Okay, I could try Zelda games. Do I just name all the games? Oh, I think I do. I'll do it anyway. It's a bit simple, but... it probably has the obscure ones too, and that will make it hard, right? Alright, let me give you a prediction, I guess, for this one, shall I? It says there's 28, so I'll say get at least... I'm pretty confident in these, so I'm going to say get at least 25 out of 28. I don't know if I should be that confident. Can I leave 3? Place your bets, you got 1 minute. Pikachu. Get down on a Zelda rando now. The hell is this? Go away. I'm trying to think of the Zeldas I know best. Link's Awakening I played the most. And then maybe Link to the Past. What else after that? The Oracle Ages and Seasons, I only played through once as an adult. Each. I don't remember them at all after that. I have played Ocarina of Time a lot. I probably know Majora's Mask better than Ocarina of Time, but not by much. I wouldn't say I know them very well, though. Either way. You know? Alright, ready? Alright, let's get started. Play! Alright, so just the Legend of Zelda. Boom. Oh no, what's the second one? Link's Return? Oh, actually, I don't know. Link's Adventure? I have no idea what the Game & Watch one is. Legend of Zelda 2. Oh shit, I'm not gonna be able to name it. Okay. Can I just say A Link to the Past? Okay, that one worked at least. Link's Adventure. Shit, I don't know. Link's Awakening. CDI? Oh, I don't know those bad games. I'm not gonna know this one. Link's Return. Link's Adventure. I'm trying to think of Zelda 2. I don't know the names of any of them. Isn't it like Ganon something? Shit. Okay. Oh no, what just happened? Ocarina of Time. Majora's Mask. Game Boy Color. Link's Awakening DX? Does that count? Oh, it's probably Oracle of Ages. Oracle of Seasons. Oh, what's the Game Boy Advance one? Minish Cap. Oh. Oh, Four Swords is another one. I never played Four Swords. I didn't really understand what the hell it was. GameCube is the Wind Waker. GameCube again? Same year. Crossbow Training? I don't think that's GameCube, right? Yeah, that's the Wii. So what other game? They came up with like a remaster or something of Ocarina of Time. Isn't it called like Master? I don't know. I'm not sure. Twilight Princess. Then the DS games are, I'm not getting 25. The DS games are, I know it's Spirit Tracks. What's the other one, though? I even own it. I own it. It's the first one. I can't think of the name of it. Are they including the remakes for like the 3DS, I wonder? What's the second Wii one? I wonder here. Because I got Crossbow Training. We got Twilight Princess. Shit, I don't know. Is it just any game that features Link? No. So it wouldn't be like Brawl or something, right? Shit. Okay, let's just fill in Breath of the Wild. Man, I'm really bad at this, actually. Because I don't know the answers to like half of these. I thought I knew them, but I don't. The Tears of the Kingdom. What are these other Switch games, though? That are apparently core games to the... Oh, Echoes of Wisdom. Didn't really do it for me. 2020? For the Nintendo Switch. Oh, there was like a DLC. I wonder if they're counting that. Wouldn't know the name of it. I never got it. We know we're not getting 25 one way or another. I'm bummed I can't think of that DS one. I don't know these 3DS games at all. Which is weird because I probably own them, if I were to guess. I wouldn't be surprised if I owned them at least. It was on Wii U and 3DS? What? Wouldn't that be that Smash Bros game then? The one that, like, Smash Ultimate or something? Huh? What game is that? I have no clue. Alright. That's where I got it. Archery, Skyward Sword. Oh my god, I forgot about Skyward Sword! Okay, I should be ashamed of myself for that one. Was it archery? Wand of Gamelon. That's one of the CDI's ones, right? Did you guys Ocarina of Time 3D? No, I didn't count it, I guess. Oh, Phantom Hourglass. Of course. Faces of Evil is another one. Hyrule Warrior. Oh, I forgot about that game. I never tried that one. That's the weird one. Okay. What did I miss? It's Adventure of Link. It's Adventure of Link. Zelda Game & Watch. Okay. Zelda's Adventure. Four Swords Adventure? Well, what the fuck? Come on. Oh, I love the Link Between Worlds. I forgot about it, though. That's like one of the best ones. Damn. Age of Calamity. I don't care about those games. And Triforce Heroes, which I don't remember either. I forgot the best one. Legitimately. How sad. Link Between Worlds is great, huh? Zelda game tier list? Oh, boy. If I try to take the nostalgia glasses off. It's hard, right? It's hard. It is actually quite difficult. A Link to the Past has so much into it. There's like a lot of care and quality behind it. I'm tempted. I'm tempted. It's weird because, yeah, I don't know. I think Breath of the Wild is really high. I still have never really played through Tears of the Kingdom, though, so I can't really say that. We'll say S tier. S tier. I guess without nostalgia goggles, I'm going to do A for Link's Awakening. Ocarina of Time, I'm going to say it hasn't aged that well, personally. It's certainly not bad. It's worth playing as a trip. But I'm going to put Ocarina of Time in B, Majora's Mask in A. I don't remember half of these games. Wind Waker, I actually don't like that much. I'm sorry. I don't really enjoy the sailing around part that much. You know what I mean? I mean, it's still like a good game worth playing, but I think compared to the other Zeldas, it's pretty low in the tier for me to want to replay it. I'm sorry, Wind Waker, you get C for me. All these are still worth playing. I don't think there's one here that I would say, like, don't bother. I don't remember Minish Cap. Twilight Princess I thought was pretty good, B. I don't think the DS games were great. Spirit Tracks and Phantom Hourglass, they are extremely similar. I think those both go in C. Skyward Sword, never finished it. I'm putting that in S, because why not? Okay, GG. GG. I gotta put a hat on. Maybe. They're fun. I didn't remember them fondly, for some reason. I remember thinking just, like, I wasn't that excited for them after playing them. You tried to play Majora's Mask? I can imagine. I think Majora's Mask... It's probably frustrating to play nowadays. Ocarina of Time was a great way of getting into the 3D, but I think Majora's Mask ironed out some of the kinks. that they had with it. Not that many, though, honestly. Majora's Mask felt more special to me. I don't know why. The original NES Zelda, it's really hard to compare a game like that to the rest of them. You know what I mean? Because I feel like you have to... You know, I'm trying to go by how much would I enjoy booting up those games right now in front of y'all. And thus it ends up being low because I just don't I'm not really interested in playing that right now. So that's also a reason why something like Wind Waker is quite low. For some reason I just don't think I'd want to. And it's mostly just off of vibes more than anything. The Ocarina of Time randomizer takes the cake for you. Never tried one. Could be fun, huh? Someday. Chat. Today, we are finishing... Well, I don't know if I'm finishing it. But we are continuing the Roottrees Are Dead, which was a great puzzle game that got started last Friday during the Chat Picks event. Unfortunately, I'm going to tell y'all right now, it's impossible to follow, probably, if you weren't paying very hard attention last Friday already. You're going to have no idea what's going on. But I was having fun with it, and I feel like I just wanna continue it. Oh, whoops! That thoughts command is for I don't even know what. I don't even know what. What's up, G-Pal? I feel like I was a bit overzealous on Friday, so I'm sorry. I felt like I was backseating and was just excited. No, please. I'd rather have that, EV, than have you talk about, I don't know, semen flavored popsicles, whatever you normally talk about in chat. I like the excitement as long as it's not someone who's like already played the game and is just spewing out facts. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Do this, do that, do this, do that. I don't like that. Is this a good mystery puzzly game like Blueprints-esque? It's not really like Blueprints, but it kind of will probably provide the same fun factor as something like Blueprints, I guess. The games aren't similar, but it's a puzzle game, and will probably, if you enjoyed Blueprints, you'll probably like this game just because it's a good puzzle game. So, close enough, I guess, right? Close enough, I guess. Sorry, second story, you got sucked away for 4 hours of your day. All right, yeah, I better get started so we can try to polish this. Okay, let me fill you in. So the story is a big, famous, rich family called the Roottrees died in a plane crash. The mother, the father, and the 3 kids, which are these 3 sisters. And now we've been tasked with, for some reason, I don't know if it's fully clear yet, to figure out the family tree by just looking up things on the internet or on periodicals and stuff and just labeling the people with names and photos and trying to figure it all out. That's it. That's the game, basically. But it's, I don't know, it's fascinating. It catches you. It catches you. Is it for inheritance purposes? Yeah. We recently found out. I just spilled like a full pint of coffee on myself. It turns out we just found out before the end of stream last time that, God, it's like it went in my pocket. Get the rag. Oh God, that's the worst. Oh, now my nipple's wet. What was I gonna say? We found out that the person tasking us with doing this is a root tree themselves. We don't know who though. Oh Jesus. Oh God, it's completely sodded in there. Okay. Oh, I gotta pay out the bet. I don't know if there's a bet I can give you. Get at least 25. No, that was not even close. I don't think I got the 20. I'm a great disappointment. There's got to be some kind of bet I can give here, huh? Tell you what. Will the game scare me at some point? Now, scare to me means that it startles me. Maybe I should just say startle. Like, it gets a little scared. Even if it's rather minute, if I just go, oh, that's enough to me. What do you think, chat? I don't think it's really that kind of game, but I feel like it might also do that to me somehow at some point. I don't know. I'm also out of bed ideas, so there you go. Ship it. Oh, God. Now what the fuck were we doing? We've labeled the top of the tree.
Impertinence to spout at me.
Time to get Haelian out of his shirt, for the laundry's sake.
Nice try. Tell you what, tomorrow when we go back to Spire, for every loss, I'll unbutton something. Sound good? I'll unbutton a button. Try not to get too excited there. Baby. This guy's not filled in. Does that mean I was wrong about something? Maybe. I mean, he was a musician. But maybe... It says it was probably not his last thing, when you think about it. Clark Rafferty. Oh god, I gotta remind myself what we're doing here. Yeah, he probably did something else afterwards, but I don't remember what. Some industrial age shit with 40 buttons. You think I just filled them in after the last 3? Okay, I believe you. Should I finally finish this journal that I started? I got to the Sam part. So Sam is a mysterious potential family member that no one knows who they are truly. Nothing explains why an outsider has cozied into family affairs, especially one who works on the farm of all places. Whatever happened to blood is thicker than syrup. Why is Granddad making an exception now? So I wonder, there was a photo here. I wonder if this is Sam in the background or something like that. But either way, I don't know how that would help me. Okay. Anyway, back to this. Sam Clark. One of the file entries called Clark from Lauren Roottrees' diary, written in 1964. Clark's getting married and, in my opinion, far too young. He's barely 18, for God's sake, and Danielle isn't much older. But openly confronting them would make me a hypocrite. After all, Jacob and I got married at 16. So Clark's wife is Danielle. Is that Rafferty, maybe? It could be. Is there another Clark? This is Lauren commenting on it. So I guess it would make sense. And it's, oh, Clark is her son. Okay. So her name is Danielle. And apparently Danielle Franks. Okay. Once you verify, you can add bonus photogs. Okay. Back to where we were. Clark, like the rest of his generation, is a free spirit. What else do you call a group of kids growing up with more money than any one person can spend? They all aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers and all sorts of nonsense. The only one who has any discipline is Carl. But that's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Maybe I'm just getting old, but our generation was never so bad. Oh, shut the fuck up. My brothers all seem to pursue passive knowledge, and the most rebellious thing any of us ever did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. The fuck? Okay. The fuck? Okay. Pop seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. No one wants to work anymore. And as for me, my first published book, Swashbuckle My Heart, is based on the pirate stories I used to invent with Jacob when we were walking in the woods after school. I think he'd be proud that Clark and I are carrying on his name. What a bitch. Swashbuckle My Heart. Oh, wait, what? That's library. Lauren Roottree. Swashbuckle. That's what you're so proud of, lady? I did something wrong here. Would it be Lauren Rafferty, maybe? Might be Lauren Rafferty. I think because her name, like, changed. Oh, published 1963, out of print, no copies available. Re-release as X marks the spot. What? Oh, but then she changed her name at some point back. There you go. Okay. Published 1974 softcover fiction romance. According to the back of the book, this is a buried treasure by Lauren Roottrees and from the author of the Court series. It also says to keep an eye out for Lauren Roottrees' next book, Revisiting the Diary 10 years later, releasing 1975. Copy, paste. We got a scandal.txt. Oh, whoops. This was a version of Lauren Roottrees' diary released in 1975. Unlike the original diary, it contains no pictures but has many new passages that reflect on her thoughts 10 years later. Okay, one major event happened between releases that changed Lauren's outlook on certain subjects. The death of Elias, who is her grandfather, right? As far as I remember. A summary of the fallout has been added to your notes as well as some other select pages. Bad news for my brain. By finally finishing or nearly finishing this piece of evidence, I have added 5 more pieces of evidence. Oh god, there's so many. Okay, let's finish this, I guess, for now. And then we just got more evidence to peruse through. You'd be proud that Clark and I are carrying on his name. Even my sons are doing well. Zach's not a bad president after all, and is... Oh. So her son became... Oh, no, her cousin, Zach. Yeah, I think we know this. And his sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Gwen is Gwen. Okay. And his sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. I just kind of want to look at the tree here. So here's Zachariah, who becomes president number 2. Then here's Angelica, who is his sister, and she had twins, but she doesn't do much for me yet. Okay. You were excited to recommend a game to me? Yeah, I'd recommend posting it in our Discord or something. The rules are basically more so, don't say something like, play Hades, or play this game, or play that game in the middle of a stream. It's just kind of rude, you know? It's just logical, right? I appreciate that you read the rules, though, unlike the majority. Sentinel, what's up? Thank you so much for the 9 months. You're welcome to discuss games or just ask if I played it before or something else, too, of course. Whether or not I see the message is a different story, though, but welcome. Play the game playing right now? You son of a bitch, Snarly. How many timeouts have you had? 4? You've had that many, wow. Make it 5. Aha! Got him! What was I thinking here? What was I looking at? I forgot. Okay. Gwen is Gwen, but at least she came out of the divorce with her head held high. She even told us she might come home next year so we can meet her kids. Okay. But the free spirits in any other family, they'd all end up on the streets, even Clark. Shut up. All these kids, they don't know how to take care of themselves. Well, I like it how it's just, they write all these kids a blank check, right? And then they're wondering, like, I don't know why they don't know how to handle responsibility. We gave them all the money in the world. You'd think that would have solved it. Gee willikers. You know? Have you tried parenting, right? If there's one thing that is clear that messes up a kid, it's having too much money too young or something like that. It's not even a matter of spoiling at that point. It's just, it just doesn't seem to be good for them, right? It doesn't seem to be good for humans to give someone a shitload of money at a very young age, or possibly at any age for the most part, right? Probably at any age, but yeah, if you want them to grow up right, I don't know. Look at me giving parenting advice. Oh, Jesus. The phone rings. Revisiting the diary. Oh, for fuck's sakes, Lauren. How much did you write? The new diary opens with an explosive incident that happened in the decade between the release and re-release of Lauren's diary. Elias Roottrees had died, and during the reading of his will, there was an audible gasp when a certain name was read aloud. Samantha Roottrees. Oh. They talked about Sam a shitload. I didn't know it would be a Samantha. Although Sam and her children were not meant to receive monetary inheritance, he had a stipulation that she retain the rights to run the farm and any and all decisions related to it. Oh, wow. It was then that the scandalous secrets came out. None of the 5 pieces were surprised, but it was quite a shock to everyone else, including Sam. She had been told her parents died. Apparently, Sam was the illegitimate daughter of Elias Jr. and Patricia Christensen. Christensen. Hold on. None of the 5 people. Okay. Illegitimate daughter of Elias Jr. and Patricia. Elias Jr. is this guy. Huh. You can open this envelope after the whole family tree has been filled in. It has 2 names that must be typed in manually. The clues are obscure, have been intentionally hidden in the past, and may even require some leaps in logic. So is this won't be Samantha because they're illegitimate. It would seem to me. What is Samantha's last name, I wonder? Samantha Roottrees. Of a line. They say illegitimate. Maybe they were married later? Because look, the line is red here. These are all photos of Dan Haelian. Army Day. That's me. Where else would we put it? Well, nowhere, I guess. But I guess the envelope confuses me, right? So I guess I'm going to fill this in. Samantha Roottrees. So she runs the farm, so I guess I'll put in Patricia Christensen. But it says that they were married. Just born out of wedlock, they might mean? Huh. Patricia, the daughter of a local street steel mogul. Huh? Oh, right. And Eli Jr. harbored a secret romance at age 16. She became pregnant, and after the birth, her father refused to let her see Elias Jr. ever again. Her baby, Samantha, was sent to the Roottrees. Why? Elias hid her away with a local farmhand known as EC. Patricia was married off to a much older man and sent away. That was the end of that, almost. Okay. So this is not Patricia Christensen. He married someone else. This line is red because it's not necessarily their child, but some kind of adoptive guardian thing. That's my understanding.
Hey Hale, a lot of chatties are worried about spoilers. Can you maybe swap it so face cam is big and the game is small and in the corner?
Wow.
For those viewers, thanks in advance.
That's it. Now you get extra small Haelian for speaking up. That's what you get. None of the next gens had ever met or heard of Patricia until she unexpectedly reappeared, now going by Patsy. After Patsy's husband died, she reunited with Eli Jr., and they finally married in the 50s. Oh, fuck. So they did eventually marry, but way later on, under the name Patsy, but I guess we're going to go by the birth name of Patricia. Oh, how interesting. How interesting. What's up, Peary? You writing this down, chat? In their 50s, Lauren mentioned the wedding in her first diary without knowing Patsy's histories. Eli Jr. had never taken another lover. Lauren, ever the romantic, quite appreciated this. When Patsy and Eli Jr. finally married, Elias decided Sam should have been a Roottrees in the first place, even though she was not part of the clan's trust. He wanted to include her in the family affairs. That was what led to Lauren's initial entry entitled Sam. Okay. 1 page done. This is a page of additional notes and context from the 1975 10-year anniversary re-release of Lauren's diary. It is a companion piece to the entry about Sam. Clearly, I did not know our family history when I wrote this. I didn't even know Sam was a Rootree. All my deaths were ill-founded. She's a fine woman. Had she the chance to grow up with us, Sam might have been the sister figure Gwen never was. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to help the family in their own ways. Ernie Jr. has been learning... Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to help the family in their own way. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach. It has been a long, long time since any real Rootree was as excited and interested in the actual candy as Ernie. As a bonus, Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. Oh, God. I can't tell if I'm supposed to be taking something away from that. Because you got Ernie, then you got Ernie Jr. Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. What I'm most ashamed of is not figuring it all out myself. Sam's the spinning image of Patsy with her jet black hair and green eyes. I think I'm going to need to know that, right? Sam is the spitting image of Patsy. Jet black hair, green eyes. You were going to write that down, chat? I'm just going to put it under names. I've yet to actually use the notebook here. Like, come back to the notebook to look for something I copied and pasted. But, I don't know. Maybe just... You know how, like, when you write something down, it helps you remember it? Maybe something like that. She doesn't have the thick glasses Patsy did, of course, but I guess that skips a generation. Her children have that covered. I guess I should include all that, too. Ah! Oh, no. Save. Okay. It's hard to explain the look on Pops' face when they read that the farm's operations would pass to Samantha Rootree for as long as she was willing. I got flashbacks to when Zach was made president. Mother reframed it a bit to calm him down. Sam wouldn't receive any candy money after all, and was essentially inheriting the right to rule over the peasants for eternity. Ah. Right, because her name... Pop warned us away from that farm for years. I never met EC in person, but Pop once referred to him as a confirmed bachelor, and I suspect that's why he kept us from there. Huh? Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. I'm not sure Sam will ever forgive Uncle Junior or Patsy for abandoning her to that life. If I were her, I might never forgive them either, but even so, she seems to blame more than just the two of them. She has no problems with us next gens, but she has a palpable hatred for the Five Pieces and Elias and Gwyneth. Roommates? I never met EC in person. This person's quite mysterious. But Pop once referred to him as a confirmed bachelor, whatever the fuck that means. Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. The fuck? I wonder if EC is here. Or something like that. I don't know. I don't know if this page really... Like, it potentially taught me something, but I can't tell what. Namely about Ernie and Ernie Jr., Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to help the family in their own ways. She has 2 kids. Now, who's Ernie? Do I know yet? Did Ernie run the farm at some point? Elias Jr. Do. Is it me or is the music like really low now? Hold on. Oh, I just want to turn up the music. Hell yeah. Smooth, baby. I don't have Ernie anywhere on here. So I don't know who Ernie is really. So her occupation, she was taking care of the farm, but it's not very clear. Does that mean she's just a farmer? They said that she would rule over the peasants. Whatever the fuck that means. I guess I'm going to fill in farmer for now. On to the next page. This is a page of additional notes and context from... Reading this back, I got deja vu. As I write this addendum, Clark's gotten married again. No Rootree has ever remarried. Sure, I lost Jacob and Gwen divorced Wild Bill just before she had her second. Not even I can blame her for that. I've seen what he gets up to in Starlit, but neither of us ever took a second husband. Okay. With the way the world is moving, I guess it was inevitable someone in this family would remarry. I just wish it wasn't my son. I can only wonder if Clark's apparent disrespect for marriage is due to the lack of a real father. I did what I could, and Lord knows Eli C. stepped up and helped. More than I can say for Clancy or Edward. Eli C. practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers whenever he could. Eli's marriage seems fine, and Jim's marriage seems solid as a rock, pun intended, so who knows what causes these things. I suspect that he's marrying Jane to keep her from running out on the band. Without her, he'd be the third wheel. And imagine they wouldn't last long as a trio. But still, I don't think a marriage on such a shaky foundation like that can last, and Lord knows I was right last time. Oh boy. Okay, so I think we already knew this. Yeah, he marries Jane after being divorced. Apparently divorces Jane later on, too. Right, because he gets caught sleeping with the younger sister. Ooh. Okay. Carl seems solid as a rock, right? Eli C. practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers. Clark and Jim as brothers, right? That's how they wound up in a band together. Eli C. Is that one of the uncles then, probably? Maybe even James's father then? I would think, because why would it be someone completely unconnected? That would make the most sense to me. Elias C. Could that not be EC also? But probably not. They mention his wife, too. Eli's marriage seems fine, and Jim's marriage seems solid as a rock. More than I could say for Clancy or Edward. So those are probably the other two brothers, right? Clancy, Edward. But I'm not going to know who's who, really. Ah. I don't know which one's who's going to be older, who's going to be younger, I think. Gotcha. The Holy Basil? Love the Holy Basil. The plain basil ain't the same. I don't even know what they call the normal basil. Addresses feedback. The biggest complaint I got after publishing my diary was how many similar names there are, and I get it. There are 4 Elis for Pete's sake, but that's how it is. Someone would say, I saw Eli in town, and I wouldn't know which one they meant. My brother, my uncle, and my cousin. That's why they became Uncle Junior or Miracles Eli, or Eli C. They became Uncle Junior, Miracles Eli, or Eli C. Okay, so we got Eli C, who's the brother. Miracles Eli. Ah. So you have an Eli. Or Uncle, or Elias Jr., who's her uncle. So I guess that's Elias M. Has to be, right? Because her uncle Eli must be you. Uncle Junior. Right. Write that down. Okay, a little bit of progress. Oh no, where am I? What am I doing? No, that's the wrong one. Back here. Our family's names were always unusual. Grandpa Elias was a believer in using the names of each generation to honor those in the last. His father and Grandma Gwen's father were named Edward and Clancy. His father and Grandma Gwyneth's father were named Edward and Clancy. So now you see where my pop's name came from. I think we already knew that. There is a lot of repeat information because they probably want to give you multiple ways to find some of these answers. One thing that's always been consistent in our family, though, is that anytime someone uses a junior, they're always the firstborn son. Ah. Aha. A possible aha. That goes for Miracle, Eli, or even Clancy. So this must be Clancy then. The firstborn son, Clancy Jr. Gotcha. And then there's Miracle. Miracle, Eli, or even Clancy. What's weird, though, is that... Yeah, okay, Miracle Jr., then Elias M. Okay. So we know that the last one is... Oh, shit. What was it? We're able to name her brothers from reading these. She names her brothers here in particular. Edward. Hey, Zyru! Boom, Edward. Shazam. Names. Okay. With the women, however, it all goes out the window. I think Gwendolyn got her name from some combination of Gwyneth and Caroline, who was Elias's mother? Women's names tend to get all mixed up as the generations went on. I guess that's because there's no female equivalent to Junior. Gwyneth and Caroline. So Gwendolyn from Gwyneth and Caroline. Got Gwyn. Huh. There's Gwendolyn. Caroline's over here, though. That's Gwendolyn. Oh, Jesus. Huh. We know the plane crashed, but, like, do we know why specifically? No. I don't think we know how. So if you're reading my diary and confused, you're not alone. Even the government had problems. I remember once receiving certified mail for a Edward Clancy Rootree. I had to break the news they got my father's name backwards. So it's Clancy Edward Rootree. Oh, I knew that, I guess. For some reason, I thought I didn't know that. Okay, a rather fun bonus. Apparently, this is the first thing that she could find that she ever wrote. She knows it was for a school assignment about anger, and she believes, based on the teacher's name, she must have been in the 3rd grade. She doesn't exactly remember the events spelled out, but she does remember getting in trouble. I got angry when I met a new girl who I do not like. She was dirty and did not have a pretty dress. Me and Pop walked home in town, and she hugged him. When I told her he was my Pop, she pushed me. I got angry and yelled at her, and Pop said to treat her nice. Then she said, "Your Pop is my dad." She screamed it loud in my ear. She was lying to me, and lying is not a nice thing, so I pushed her too. Then I got in trouble. Then Pop took her away. He told me, "Don't worry, I'm glad she's gone." Must be talking about Samantha, right? Must be talking about Samantha? Can't spell in the 3rd grade? I don't know at what age you should have consistent spelling at that rate. Look at this one. Holy shit. We got a lot of photos here, baby. Are you pregant? I think they're presenting, right? You look pissed. You have the Eli tag. This photo has a note attached from your employer. Every 20 or so years, the Roottrees would hold a big reunion and recreate an old family photo. This is one from the 70s, and Carl's the teenager in the middle. Carl is the teenager in the middle. Probably this one, then? Okay. Sorry about the water damage. A pipe burst in Carl's office. Oh, I see, yeah. On the back of the photo, a childish print warning. It says November. Oh, print writing. In childish print writing, it simply says November. There are also a large number of cursive signatures. They include Bonnie, next president, Guy Hudson. Who? Ernie Jr., Caroline, Gwyneth M., Gwendolyn, Miracle Jr., Jim Roottrees, Clark, and Carl, and Eli M. Jesus. Okay. This is going to take some work. So I'm going to assume this is Clark. Or is it, wait, was it Carl? Carl is the teenager in the middle. Okay. So that's a picture of Carl. I forgot which one. I think it's that one. Okay. Ugh. Is Jim in it? Jim is in it. There's also an Eli with a name tag. I wonder which Eli that is, though, right? He doesn't look very old, right? Maybe it could be Elias M. I'm gonna say so. Also, the hair is quite similar here. Although I don't know what his occupation is yet. Where'd that photo go? Miracle Jr. is one of them. That looks like Miracle Jr., right? With the rainbow tie. Gotta be. It's gotta be me. Who became a preacher man. These two look like brother sister. But could also be boning for all we know. Bonnie is one of them. Jesus Christ. There's a Gwendolyn. There's a Gwyneth. How am I gonna know who is who here after that, I wonder? Guy Hudson is either you, or you at this point. Or you, I guess. Ernie Junes. I don't think I know. Clark is also in the photo. Who is Clark again? I don't know if I remember who Clark is. Oh, that's Clark. It says the free spirits. Okay, that might actually help. So it might be essentially all people from this row, right? Correct them. No, although I did label one of them as Elias. Maybe that's wrong then. Because you got the 5 pieces, next gen, free spirits. But I also labeled you. Some people smell real good. I smell all right, probably. I don't want to sell myself too hard here. Depends how much I've been using the rag lately. I think I'm just going to move on from that photo for now. Rainbow tie is back. The next generation, it claims. The Lauren's diary contains some labeled pictures. This is the next generation. In an attempt to recapture the spirit of the 5-piece photo with our generation for old time's sake, we gathered on the warehouse floor. I wanted Eli to stand all the way on the left, since to me, he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one. But I was outvoted by my brothers. They insisted the 4 of us stand together. So we clumped up in the middle, let everyone filter in behind and in front of us. Okay. The only one too good to make an appearance was Gwen. This is from Lauren. So that's probably Lauren. These are her 3 brothers also. You said something about glasses, I thought. The only one too good to make an appearance was Gwen. Grandma insisted we include Sam, even if we didn't want to. None of us understood why, including Sam. I also didn't think it fair Miracle made it in, since he's technically a 5-piece. I guess my inner child still holds a grudge even after all these years. So that's Miracle, and that's probably his son. Okay. The guy too cool. And I'm gonna guess the first son. I'm guessing there though, honestly. The preacher man. Huh. I wonder if I got some of this shit wrong here. So then, it's her 3 brothers. Now, how do I know whom is whom here? You must wonder. Sample size fragrances. The best way to go, right? That way it doesn't overstay its welcome. I wanted Eli to stand all the way left, so this is not Eli, that means. Outvoted by my brothers. Unless, when she says left, she means over on this side. Which maybe is the case. Unless Eli is one of her brothers, which I kind of already don't remember. Oh, she must be talking about the brother. Peeks at chat. This is one sentence keeps entertaining and goes back to the game. Shut up! What if you shut up, though? Someone has to keep you happy. So you're not one of the 3 brothers, then. This fart smella is not one of the 3 brothers. Her 3 brothers. So there's one of the next gens. Then that means. Could it be Zachariah? It can't be Samantha, obviously. Samantha's... So I guess it has to be Zachariah. I think I messed up because I feel like we should have hit something here. So I think I have something wrong. I'm going to pretend I didn't read V-Dude's super chat, even though I did. It's not a super chat! So that's Lauren. I still got to fill in. So Samantha is either her or her. Can we just base it on what her parents kind of look like? I don't know. Way in the back, huh? Okay. So assumedly Angelica is one of them too. Zachariah has reddish hair. Does that mean Angie is the other one with red hair? Potential. Gwen did not make it in the photo, supposedly. I'm I'm gonna guess so. So that's you. And that's Samantha. Could be wrong, though. It's not fulfilling, so it's not filling in, so. You don't want to be detected? Jump scare? I'm not even seeing the effects y'all are using. So we have the three of them in this photo. So, I mean, so he must be the youngest. Yeah. And assumedly, this guy would be the oldest. Youngest. Unknown occupation, though. Wanted Elias all the way on the left. They were vetoed. It's these two, but I don't know. Jet black hair. They mentioned jet black hair around someone. And I think I may have even taken note of it. Sam's spitting an image of Patsy with her jet black hair and green eyes. Aha! She doesn't have thick glasses, Patsy did, of course, but I guess that skips a generation. Her children have that covered. Aha! So that is Sam. Aha! I knew I read something. The only question about Samantha is her occupation. She could be like a director. I don't know. She's like the leader of the farm. The peasants, as they literally called her the leader of like the peasants. Director, like CEO still doesn't really make sense to me. I guess I'm going to leave it as farmer for now. It's only these two guys, really, I have left to figure out. I feel like she does mention something. Very 1996 photo, can we agree? Dr. Stephen Wilson's kids. The quote below the picture was credited to Jason. My dad is the best dad in the entire world, and he treats every patient with world-class care. He will treat your children like he would me, my big brother, or my sister. The picture has a date on it. It seems like this was taken 2 years ago in 1996. So this is Jason, son of Stephen Wilson. Stephen Wilson. Stephen Wilson. Someone who has 3 kids. Oh, Stephen Wilson. Ah, right. I was gonna say. So, Jason, I filled in as the middle child, but they're clearly the youngest. My big brother or my sister. Okay, so that's not correct. My big brother or my sister. Wilson, Jason. So I don't know. There's a Jem Wilson and a Zach Wilson now. Now, who's the oldest? Do we think from looking at this photo? Is it the guy that just graduated, or would it be the girl here? My big brother or my sister? I think I'm gonna say this. The sister is the oldest. I think I'm gonna say. Do I know why? Not so sure. But I don't... So this is a gem, Wilson. I don't know if I really have... Other than just like the way they look, I don't think I have big reasons. So he was a student, obviously. Aha! All right. Took me a long time to get here. So I got Zachariah Morden. I got Samantha Roottrees. Oh, the farmer was correct. And I got Jason Wilson. And a bunch of optional entries. We're not even halfway, right? Don't worry, it's all gonna tumble soon. So what didn't work that is fully filled in, I wonder? I still don't know what Gwendolyn's occupation is, really. So something must be wrong with this guy. He started off a musician, but then his occupation changed, and I don't know to what. I don't think I know, at least. His occupation is unknown. Her occupation is unknown. So I think that's the only thing that I probably had wrong. Blatantly. Okay. Kind of surprised. Okay. Should I call him? Wait, is there a way to tell just from looking the difference between a high school graduation outfit and a college one? In Lauren's diary, she mentions that all women before her were housewives. Oh, you're right. I think you're right. I remember reading that and using that to some degree, but not enough of a degree, I think. 2. That was Lauren, right? Who is here. Okay. That fills in quite a bit. Miki, what's up? Thank you so much for those 10 months. Evie's locked in. Locked in. Guess who got some good news from the doctor today? Woo! Congrats, Mickey. Very happy for you. We like good news. Gwendolyn Morden. It's not a good last name, is it, chat? Morden. I mean, I dated someone whose last name was Duty when I was like 20. Gotta feel a little bad, right? That's why it didn't work out, chat. And it was Duty in the way you don't want it to be, also. Don't link my last name in the stream. Zeno, what's up? Thank you so much for the 19 months. Okay. We're pretty much out of evidence here. I don't think there's really any point in listening to this. It just covers up what we've already done. So it's time to revisit some things potentially. Apparently I've done all of this. They're all crossed off. So now I gotta come up with some leads here. I might just look at the names and start searching. Kind of thing. All of the women before me were housewives. Would that mean that Angelica was also a housewife? Is she considered before Lauren, really? In that sense. I'm not sure. The evidence tells you how many more clues are in there. So in other words, oh, okay. 7. What the fuck? You've been in this line of work for a long time, so long, in fact, you develop a success for how useful your evidence can be. The numbers in the magnifying glass refer to how many clues are connected to a specific piece of evidence. The higher the number, the more there is to find. The notables list sets off alarm bells. A list of famous people that you can find via search engine is pretty rare to get something that useful. I did read this already. Does it lower the number if I've already solved it? Solved like the names and stuff? So like there's 0 for this. And 0 for this, because there's nothing left to discover. Oh wait, this has no numbers. In fact, many of them have no numbers. List of names. This has 1. Grabs life by the roots. Number 1987 issue. Voted Watchman of the Year. If you put something on the board, the number goes down. Okay, gotcha. By 1982, Brenda's patterns were being copied by other brands. Seeing the demand, Carl and his second cousin, Ernie Jr., who had just become president of Roottrees at the time. Oh, wait, this is actually important. Wait, hold on. I read this a long time ago, but we didn't know as much. Carl's wife, Brenda, was a fashion consultant. When Raina was born, Brenda retired to become a stay-at-home mother. Looking for a creative outlet, she spent any free time she had at the sewing machine. Raina's new clothes were a hit with other parents, including Carl's cousin, Jim Roottrees. Carl's cousin, Jim. Okay. A notable singer who had a young daughter around the same age as Raina, word spread. By 1982, Brenda's patterns were being copied by other brands. Seeing the demand, Carl and his second cousin, Ernie Jr., second cousin, who had just become president of Roottrees at the time, spearheaded Root. How do second cousins work, chat? I haven't labeled Ernie Jr. What makes you a second cousin? So, like, these guys are just cousins. Shows me in the notebook. This notebook? Sometimes referred to as distant cousins, people that share the same great-grandparents, but not the same grandparents. Okay. Grandparent. Same great... Hold on. She had the same great-grandparents, but not the same grandparents. Okay. Parent, grandparent, great-grandparent. So Ernie has to be not here. Ernie Jr. He must be older, right? Ernie is always the firstborn son. I mean, a junior is always the firstborn son, they said. It could still be, like, you, maybe? Would it be Samantha's kids, really? I don't know. Where's Ernie the first, though? Would it be her spouse? Shit. Ernest? Okay. Am I gonna remember that? Yeah. Google them? Yeah, I haven't done a lot of Googling lately. Ernest Roottrees. Nothing relevant. Ernie Jr. Roottrees. Whole lot of nothing. Spoogle? Ugh, doesn't sound right. Spoogel, maybe? Spoogel sounds better. 1936 Watchman of the Year. Last event's 5 pieces. There's apparently 2 clues in here still that need to be solved. With the help of his son, Elias Roottrees Jr.'s architecture firm. I think I already filled that in, though. Yeah. Okay. Okay. How do you cuck the cuck? What? Hey, Chris. Four more follow. I wonder what clues are really left here. I don't know if I really see it. I'm surprised there's anything left here. Image that accompanied a story about local art in the Butler County Times. It is captioned Caroline standing next to her sculpture Atlantis' Burden. The sculpture is one of many works featured in the upcoming book, Self-Portrait, Art and Beauty Woman. I read that book already. So I wonder what I'm missing here, really. So this is Caroline Morden, if I remember correctly. So what clue could be left here? You know what I'm talking about? Like, this lady's done, basically. I don't get it. I'm clicking on the faces. Could lead to someone else. Maybe I have to go back and read her stupid book. There, I said it. I said it. It's only stupid because I've already read it once. What's her name? Caroline Morden, I think. Nude color photos. Talks about influences. She was one of the youngest in her generation, and in her late teens, she felt betrayed when her sister Gwendolyn and cousin Bonnie gave up on dreams to settle for boring men. Sister Gwendolyn, who we have, and cousin Bonnie. Bonnie we have not named. So it's a first cousin. So Bonnie must be over here. Right? Bonnie must be one of these two. But which one? Sister Gwendolyn. Ah. She especially dislikes her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson, and she calls completely bogus. Her marriage has led her to double down on her passions, art, and the environment. She even married a man who was the opposite of boring, which was an overcorrection. She comes out strongly against the Roottrees Company's effect on the local environment and rues how she was not able to convince her father, Zach, to make changes to policy. Explains that her marriage to Mark led to the most volatile moments in her life, all negative, and that the only good thing he ever gave her was a daughter. Doesn't mention her mother. Oh boy, it's getting harder, huh? I wonder if I should just start Googling names. Like Bonnie Morden here. Well, their last name wouldn't be Morden anymore, most likely at least. So Bonnie's somewhere in here. Oh wait, I can find out her last name. Bonnie Hudson. So you married someone with the last name Hudson. It's either Christopher or Guy. Now, Guy Hudson was named the next president. Which I think means that he has to be a Roottree then, right? Which means it can't be her spouse. So Guy must be one of the 2 kids. Because I believe Guy Hudson is in one of the photogs as part of the evidence, right? It must be this one. Bonnie. Next president, Guy Hudson. Ernie Jr. Okay. Red hair, huh? These two look related. Maybe you're Bonnie. Caroline, the artist. Which one would be Caroline? You? I'm kind of thinking the one that looks artsy fartsy. This one, right? Yeah, same hair. .com. Who's the young girl in that photo, I wonder? Change my hat, you say? So one of them is probably, must be Gwendolyn, right? Maybe it's you. I think they said Gwen wasn't in it. Who is way... Wait, no, that's a different photo, I guess. So someone that looks older. Ah. These two look very different, right? So you could be Gwendolyn. This kid's so young compared to the rest of them. Is it the nerd in the glasses, then? I feel like these two look the most similar, though. Between Beret and old RBF lady here. You know what I mean? Wait. I think this is where I need to go. What I need to resolve here. Now. I mean, they look like brother and sister quite bad. So I feel like that's going to be Bonnie and Ernie. But I don't know who's older and who's younger. Based on the photog, you still can't really tell. She looks pregant to me. Right? You don't hold your hands like that unless you're very pregant. I'm going to say he's older, though, with the mutton chops and everything, right? So he is... Guy Hudson. No. Maybe? And she would be Bonnie Hudson. He becomes president of the company at some point, but we don't really know the order. I mean, it makes sense that they're the kids. I just don't know if the order is correct. Oh, wait. Oh! She has to be older because she has kids. She's pregant. I don't think that's actually truth, but that's probably what the game is telling me. Oh. So Guy never had kids, interestingly. Okay. I'm going to go by that logic that all the women before have to be housewives still at that junction. Aha! And another step. I mean, those were like the easiest ones ever, because I think I just filled in 3 of these. So I barely uncovered anything, is the truth. So he becomes president. Should I be guessing 3rd president? It would make sense if he is the 3rd after Zach, right? Probably. We don't know for sure. Next president. Guy Hudson. Ernie Jr. Next president. The thing is, the presidency winds up going to him, who is 5th. But he's in the same age bracket. So he could be 3rd or 4th. We don't know which. Maybe I shouldn't label it yet. Right? Rim. I guess I could fill in 1. Don't already have a family tree if they're so rich and powerful? I guess not. Yeah, I don't think they really explained. Media mogul, huh? Maybe I should just fill in one of the presidents. I'm gonna guess the 4th. Just so I don't forget that he was one of the presidents. That one might be not the correct one, but so be it. So a lot of photos I haven't used here. Like, who's this douchebag? Right? It's all supposed to be the free spirits. She's so young, though. Would that mean she would be, like, part of the Miracle family, maybe? Maybe Elias's kid? Because he should be quite a bit younger than the rest when you think about it, because Miracle was so young. Don't know for sure. You got these 2 jabronis over here, too. Wait a minute. Right, he would be quite young. Compared to the rest of them. He doesn't actually belong in the free spirits, per se, but they included him anyway, I guess. Okay. Guy Hudson died young? Could be. Or maybe he just gave it up young. We don't know yet, I guess. Okay, maybe we should search. Do some searching. Search some names, chat. Guy Hudson. I wonder if this is really gonna work, though. Oh, shit, I did. Because I was gonna say, if it was simple as just start Googling all the names in the list, then that might be a bit weird. Fancy Flavors was an addition to the 5-piece product line for less than a year in 1979. It was Guy Hudson's first and historically most cited move as the president of Roottrees. In an attempt to cater more towards what he thought the average person wanted, Guy looked at his own health, which was often a source of envy for others, and decided to tap into the idea that if they added fancy flavors to 5 pieces, anyone could live like the wealthy. What? The philosophy led to a flavor in 5 pieces that was meant to mimic caviar? Oh. 5 pieces sold less that year than it had any other year except in some foreign markets. It was very quickly announced that caviar was meant to be a limited flavor and would go back to normal as soon as possible. So he was a failure as president, basically. I guess I'll search Bonnie Hudson, too, while we're at it. Nothing. Keep doing that. I probably searched Gwendoline Morden, but double check. Okay. Nada. Try to search his name in case his spouse comes up. Zachariah Morden. Nothing. Really? He was 2nd president of the company, and nothing comes up, huh? Whatever, game. Clancy Jr. Roottrees. Nada. Elias C. Roottrees. I don't know if I should include that period or not. Nothing. Edward Roottrees. Wow. And a nothing. Elias M. Roottrees. Should I include the period? Should I not? Yeah, the Googling thing isn't helping very much anymore, right? But now's about the time you gotta start redoing some evidence and you might be able to figure some shit out. Clancy Edward Roottrees. Let's see if we can find out his wife. Clancy. There's a name, right? Edward Roottrees. I got something. What? It shows me the Clance Trust, and I've read this, but I guess we should read it again right about now. Highly unusual corporate arrangement named after Clancy Edward Roottrees, who was Elias' son and the Roottrees Candy Company's head lawyer at the time due to its unique nature. Let me make sure I got lawyer. Yeah. It's often brought up in online discussions about financial matters and inheritance. As an oddity, the company mandates that a fixed percentage of its profits are split every quarter amongst bank accounts representing each direct relative of Elias and Gwyneth. An account is created for each blood relative at birth and first accessible when they reach 18. The actual numbers have never been fully disclosed to the public, but due to the ever-increasing success of the company's significant amount of money. The Clance Trust is known for being essentially impossible to get around due to many checks and balances written into it. There have been a few situations in which the family members have tried to forcibly remove another member of the trust. Most details online are pretty vague since the matters are handled internally. The only information you discover is from a university law school. I remember reading this, which apparently had a guest lecturer talk about the Roottrees versus RR in 1994. While looking into the Clance Trust, you often find mentions to the 5-piece guarantee put into effect at the same time. I did look into this, but I don't remember it that well. Who is RR, I wonder? I find very few details about this particular incident with regard to the Clance Trust. A student that attended a lecture about it wrote the following on Legal Oddities website. From what you can tell, RR attempted unsuccessfully to remove a fellow family member from the trust. It was said that RR attempted 2 arguments. First, the person in question was born out of wedlock, and second, they committed a significant crime against a fellow family member. The significant crime. I assume it would be Samantha. Samantha is the one that's born out of wedlock, but what is the significant crime against another family member? Who would RR be also? Obviously, the last name would be Roottrees, assumedly. Someone whose first name begins with R. It was in the 90s, so they might be pretty far down there. There's Raina and Riley, but that can't be the case. Smoogle both OG, the alliterative names in the list, because they're Gwen's kids. We just don't know who is who. So alliterative names just means that their first name begins with an R, right? So let's look at the Roottrees names. You got Robert and Ronald. Oh, they would actually be here, right? Are those alliterative? There's also November, huh? So one of these assholes tried to remove Samantha? Even though, wait a minute, aren't they kind of born out of wedlock too? That's confusing if so. They can't still be students. They're old as shit now, aren't they? I remember the film school jacket. The objective to finish the family tree based on articles, photo albums you find. Yeah. Pretty interesting, actually. Robert and Ronald. Looks like a typical K through 12 to you. Yeah, try their names. Ronald Roottrees is a terrible name. Can we all agree? I'm going to fill in so I don't forget. even though they might be swapped. Robert Roottrees. Nothing. Ronald Roottrees. Nothing. Who else would they have? I guess, I don't know if it's actually important right now, but who else would they have had trying to get removed? Besides Samantha. As far as we can tell, she's the only other person born out of wedlock. I think not even Stephanie counts for that. Oh, for him, I'm going to fill in some kind of student. I do K through 12, and I'll put her as a student too, but college. But that's sort of a guess. Well, let's see. If he graduated high school in a couple years earlier, then that means he has to be a college student, I guess. Because that photo was a couple years old, they said. Oh. Gonna be a student at the age of 29? You got this. It's never too late, chat. Agreed? It's never too late. I always use this example. My grandmother went back to college in her 50s to be an artiste. Never too late. It kind of worked out. But only kind of. Okay. Those were the alliterative names. We have pictures of them, we just don't know who's who here still. Back to the evidence. This is resolved, I would argue. These are her two kids. Wishing off from us, Gwen and the boys. Gwen and the boys. Looks like the 70s or something, doesn't it? So would you really still call them students? Maybe he's a filmmaker now, you would say, instead. Yeah. Filmmaker? No, there's no such thing. There must be some occupation around that, right? Retail screenwriter? I already Googled Robert Roottrees and I got nothing. Could be a screenwriter. What's this? Hints? Absolutely not. College and uni are different. Are they different things? In the UK? College and university, or uni, we just call 16 to 18 college because you can either stay at school for 6th form or go to a different place for college? Oh, I actually didn't know any of that. Miracle Roottrees. Don't know his wife's name. Maybe I'll search him up. Miracle Roottrees. Oh, I don't know if I actually ever looked at this. Website for the Miracle Network, a production company run by the Miracle Roottrees estate, is quite bare bones, but has the following blurb. Witness the testimonies of the Miracle's Roottrees. Miracle Roottrees arrived so late in his mother's life, I think I did read it actually. Doctors swore he wouldn't survive his first year. His mother and father, Elias and Gwyneth, named him Miracle because they thought him impossible. He was younger than his brothers and sisters by over 14 years. With birth that late, the final child of his generation was nearly torn apart by countless health problems, but still, with the power of God on his side, he persevered. Triumph over complication, 23 years later, Miracle Roottrees Jr. arrived and became the famous family's second vessel for the higher power. 18, he unburdened himself from the Roottrees name and took his father's testimony to a whole new level via the power of television. Yeah. all across New England. Yeah, I already have all that, basically. Okay. If I try to type in Miracle Jr., will I get anything different, really? Nope. Nope. That's that weird Doctorb. So it still claims there's something here that I have not filled in. There's some piece of evidence here that is fillable. I reread this already. Fashion consultant. I think it has to do with Ernie Jr. Second cousin Ernie Jr., who had just become president of Roottrees at the time. Oh. Became president in 1982. Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. By 1982, Brenda's patterns were being copied by other brands. Seeing the demand, Carl and his second cousin Ernie Jr., who had just become president of Roottrees at the time, spearheaded Root. 1982. Now, you were to be named president in the year. In the year. It just says it's the 70s. So you actually must have been the third president then, which means a second cousin of Ernie Jr. must have been the fourth president. Second cousin, this would be first cousin, right? So second cousin could be all the way down here, but unlikely because this person should be very young. Comparison. So Ernie must mean it's one of Samantha's kids, but I don't know which one. Andy. It's Ernie Jr. though, right? So someone whose husband was Ernest. So I guess I'm going to do that. Oh, Madsen. Which means the firstborn son would be that. Would be, yeah. So it's most likely on the left. Don't know for sure. There was like the EC thing, kind of. Right? They mentioned Samantha and someone with the name EC, like having raised her, kind of. So you became fourth president. So it would be Samantha's kid, which maybe could narrow down what they look like to some degree, because they'll have darker hair, I suppose. Is Ernie Jr. in here? Yeah, Ernie Jr. is in here. Include Bonnie. Next president, Guy Hudson. Is it in order? Ernie Jr. Well, reverse order, kind of. Caroline. I named you as Caroline, and I'm pretty sure that's accurate. Gwyneth M. The glasses, huh? Who is this child? You're a Miracle Jr. Stephanie? Nah. Plus, there's no alternative photo to her. Although, the curly hair. Yeah, there's no alternative photo for her. It's supposed to be a photo of the free spirits. So they should be somewhere along here. So it could be Elias's kid. who is for some reason in that photo. He's also wearing a name tag, which is kind of interesting. Wait, 5-piece, next gen, free spirits. So I don't know, it could be her, but for some reason Elias is in that photo, I think. Don't know this person's name. I don't even think Clark's in the photo. Do I? Clark in the photo? Clark is in the photo. Can we spot this guy in the photo? Kind of a blonde beard. Blonde beard, blonde beard, blonde beard. No, not really. Could it be that guy? Doesn't look like him to me, right? But, I mean, your name tag clue says Eli. You're Miracle Jr. So which one is that Clark fella? Does it have to be him? Kind of looks like a musician. While we're at it with that coat. Doesn't really look like him. But I guess I don't really have another choice here. I'm going to call that Clark. That's even an option here. It is an option, but I can't fill it in yet. Which Eli is he? Yeah, I thought... I don't really remember, but I think I narrowed down the Eli's through some other piece of knowledge. So I can't fill that in yet because I don't know his occupation. God damn it. Back to this photo instead. This one's almost done. It's just her brothers I can't quite fill in, and I don't know that much about them either. I tried to Google them. This is the four of us standing together, so we clumped out the middle, let everyone filter, and behind and in front of us, the only one too good to make the pairs was Gwen. Grandma insisted we include Sam, even if we didn't want to. I also didn't think it fair Miracle made it in, since he's technically a 5-piece. I guess my inner child still holds a grudge even after all these years. Yeah, this one's done. Pretty much, show text item, show photo item, show story item, show everything. Oh, don't tell me I gotta read the diaries again. They're so long. Now, this one's weird because it says there's still 5 pieces of evidence in this one little photo, which is hard to believe. There's an advertisement for 5 pieces aimed at kids from the magazine Teen Blast. It mentions that the 5 pieces were named as such because the original creator had 5 children. The ad also mentions that the current 5 flavors are not the same as back then. There's 5 flavors because the original inventor had 5 kids. Maybe that's why kids still love them. Jesus. Radical new flavors because it's no longer the 1920s. What the fuck? What even is an elderberry anyway? What a shitty advertisement. A root tree 5 pieces. What the fuck does this tell me? Power plum? Awesome apple? Bad blue raspberry? Cool chocolate? So strawberry. So elderberry. You want the caviar flavored one? Hell yeah. It's interesting at least. Is the elderberry a giveaway, I wonder? This is kind of the tutorial evidence. You just had such success early on. Why is this pointing at the green apple? It's a good question, right? Yeah, so it's like named after the kid. So elderberry must be one of the old flavors. But even if I take that and say it was named after one of the kids, what does that really do for me? So one of the original kids, their piece of the candy was named elderberry for some reason.
Whoa. Are you dissing elderberry?
I don't know what the fuck elderberry is. I'm with the poster on this one. You think it has to do with the next gen name of kids? What year is this from? Do we know? Looks like the 90s. A magazine called Teen Blast. I don't think that really helps, though. I can't imagine. Isn't elderberry poisonous? Next gen's initials are ACSBP. You think that's what that's trying to say? Wouldn't really be next gen, though. This is the next generation, right? The original 5 pieces are up here. Their initials were MMCEG. MMECG. One would be BB. They're all 2 letters. CC, SS, PP, AA, BB. Well, that one's actually BBR. Oh, is that weird? Is that interesting? BBR? Trying to look for a hint with the names here. You got CRR there, right? I don't know. I don't see anything. I'm questioning. Zephyr, what's up? Thank you so much for those 7 months. What's going on? There's 5 clues in this still? Don't make me listen to it, though. Oh, Jesus. How? It was this guy's album, right? How could there still be 5 clues? I solved him, his wife, his kids. Top 20 hit for a few weeks in 1979. According to the liner notes, it satirizes how a part of society was content to remain indifferent to economic inflation and civil unrest in the Middle East unless pop culture tricked them into caring. Somewhat ironically, listeners didn't seem to pay attention to the lyrics enough to trick them into caring. Instead, most of its play came from roller discos. Because it was such a product of its time, it doesn't get much play anymore, even on stations that play oldies. Maybe that's why you've never heard of it. This image is from an auction for a sealed copy. It has a sticker that says, only the great-grandson of Elias Roottrees could make disco this sweet. I don't know if I ever followed up on this. Let's see. Triple M. The magazine is Triple M. Periodicals. Modern Music Monthly. Wrote a great many reviews and articles for Modern Music Monthly. You don't see anything relevant in the first few pages. Results, there are too many results to look through them all. If you're looking for specific album names or artist names, you may have better luck searching for those instead. Rolling on down to the city. I might have already looked this up, not sure though. Okay. A review in interview 1979 titled A Reluctant Hitmaker. I think I read this. C and J&D with my cousin and his ex. Clark never knew his father, so our grandpop insisted he spent time with my dad and me, and as a result, Clark and I grew up like brothers. Diamond and Jane, on the other hand, are actually sisters, so the 4 of us had a sort of cutesy family band thing going on. Not our finest hour, regardless. When Diamond walked in on Clark in bed with her younger sister, everything exploded, no more family band. The only thing Clark and I had in common was music, but even then, we never agreed on what it should be. He was always more interested in catchy tunes, something you hum a week later. I've been told if Roland is like that, but that wasn't my goal. He called me up and said he liked it. I took it as a sign I was going in the wrong direction musically. That made him laugh, but I'm trying to make art. I don't mind saying any of this because he'd agree. Most of the decade he was a mess. But he's a lot happier now. He started Raffer tunes. Aha, wait, that could be an occupation chat. And he's a much better jingle writer than songwriter. One of the benefits of our famous family is a massive company willing to be a client. That's also how my father was connected to Roottrees. All of his old ad campaigns were hung on the walls over the record player. But I was never interested. I just went straight for the music. Clark was paying more attention. Okay. So Clark became... your father was into advertising. Boom. Boom. Can I get a bum? Boom. You led Raffer tunes? The fuck is Raffer tunes? Oh, maybe I should try to Google that. Sorry, spoodle that. Raffer tunes. Aha. Clark Rafferty LaRose advertising firm. On it, there was an about page, and you find a picture labeled the inspiration of the famous Super Bowl ad campaign. Below that is more detail. Clark was in a department store getting a family portrait with his wife and children when his wife was trying to get his youngest, Katrina, to calm down for the picture. He had the idea for the Roottrees Super Bowl ad. The photo is now in your evidence. Ah. Can I get a aha? His youngest, Katrina. Can I get an aha? Whoops, not that. Can I get an aha? Katrina. Wait, go back. Clark Rafferty LaRose advertising firm. So I guess he's in advertising? Would you say that? He's not a musician anymore, it seems. Or was he CEO of something? There's only one other Rafferty LaRose. Good point, Jessica. Well done. Do we know when this is from? No. They're probably kids, though, right? But I guess the idea is, okay, we have a photo. Jesus. Chat, don't even try. So you look reluctant, so you must be Katrina, and you must be the other one. What was it, Jessica? I know what you're gonna say. You found this photo on Rafferty's website. It was labeled the inspiration for the famous campaign. Clark was in a department store getting a family portrait with his wife and children. And while his wife was trying to get Katrina, his youngest, to calm down for the picture, he had the idea. Okay.
Have you come up with more impertinence to spout at me?
You're all wrong, chat. That guy has eyebrows.
Yeah. It was you, right? Yeah. So...
Skullet.
I guess we're gonna assume that this is a relatively recent photo? Aha! Finally, progress. Final E. Madsen Ernest. Booyah. Student. Okay, he's finally done. And we have an extra photog of him. There's definitely two. Remember? I was guessing this might be him. So we know that's him. Jesus, dude, what happened? Also, he's much more blonde there, right? Do we see any photo that makes it apparent that the hair is thinning? That's not him. It's either this one, or this one, basically. I think. Pretty sure. 1, 2, or 3. I think it's just this one. That's my guess. Don't know for sure. We've almost filled out this. Chris Rafferty. I guess we'll look up Chris Rafferty to see if there's anything there. Chris Rafferty. Nada. Okay. Related to Jane LaRue. Search her. LaRue, even. Jane Del Vecchio, oh, that's her new name, is listed on a talent for hire site as a wedding singer. Way down in the credentials section of her biography, it mentions that she got her start as a young girl when she was Jane LaRue of the Lucky LaRues. Oh, we should search that. It also mentions to only contact her agent in the event that you actually wish to hire her, and that any and all inquiries about her past or her sister would be ignored. Same thing. So it was a band. The Lucky LaRues, but there's no info, huh? Maybe the music periodical? Oh, good idea. Lucky LaRues. Aha! Article from 1968. You find a small section focusing on young and upcoming talent that Modern Music Monthly predicts will make it big. It has this to say about the LaRues. The LaRue sisters got their start during doing session work for their great uncle's record label. Great uncle. Oh wait, they're not actually related, so it doesn't matter. Well, maybe. Nah, it can't be. Okay, never mind. Back we go. If you remember any songs from 1960 to 1965 that featured the voices of kids, they were probably involved. Back then, they were credited as the Lucky LaRues. Now that he's passed, they've moved on to bigger, better ventures and are going by their full names. Diamond and Jane have been touring with some famous faces. Ever heard of the Roottrees? And are looking to release an album sometime in the next year. Youngest Kim is about to step into a prominent role on Broadway, taking over for one of the children in Oliver. So should I search Oliver? Lucky LaRues, indeed. So it's a Broadway thing. I don't think this really helped us. How much music do I remember from 1960 to 1965? Nothing. There's some Led Zeppelin songs from then, right? Oh, maybe some... I assume there's some music by The Doors that's that old, right? Neil Young? When did Harvest come out? Harvest, Neil Young. Oh, Harvest is not as old as I thought. It's 1972. I was alive back then? Son of a bitch. Bigger and better ventures. Looking to release an album in the next year. So should I search Oliver? I don't think we're gonna get anything, right? Nothing. Why mention that then? Why mention any of that? Youngest Kim. Huh. That was kind of weird. Because I feel like there's nothing of value here, but there is always something of value. There's always something of value, chat. I guess they named the youngest sister. But we happen to already know that. But maybe you didn't. You potentially did not, though, of course. Alright. Whatever game. She's done, I think. Oh, I don't want to read all this again. It's so much. Zach's not a bad person after all, and his sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Oh, they look so similar. That's why they look so similar. Because they're twins, chat. Oh, I see, matey. Okay. Number of clues remaining. Is the number how many remaining clue connections there are? Something like that, yeah. From this piece of shit. Oh, it's particularly that page, I guess, apparently, too. Well, it's probably not that direct, right? Like, I don't know if it necessarily means that there's two things here I can directly put onto the family tree. It just means that there's probably a link here, right? There's probably something linked to a name, photo, occupation that I have not filled in yet. I don't know if it necessarily means that you can just straight up lift it, though. Maybe, though. Clark's getting married far too young. Yeah, we already know all that. Jacob and I got married when we were 16. Clark, like the rest of his generation, is a free spirit. What else do you call a group of kids growing up with more money than any one person can spend? They all aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers and all sorts of nonsense. The only one who has any discipline is Carl. Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Pop forced Clancy to send Carl to the academy. We don't know what the fuck Clancy did yet, still, I think. Maybe I'm just getting old, but our generation was never so bad. Ugh. My brothers all seem to pursue paths of knowledge. Oh, wait, that might actually be important. The most rebellious thing any of us ever did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. So one of them... I can't even say the sentence out loud. You know, but this means something here. Brothers and I all pursued paths of knowledge. You were advertising, but I don't know the others here, really. Tell us about America? I don't want to. Huh. So there is the kid. Could that be one of their daughters, basically, that means to me? I guess I'm gonna guess that here, right? So that's you, although I don't know your name. Oh, right. On the back of the photo in childish print writing, it says November. Her name might be November. Yeah, she would be the kid, right? Okay. November. Helen Lennon? Who? Now, this photo's old, so we don't know her occupation. Okay. Nothing for November. So she wouldn't be a student still, in other words. You don't know where Pennsylvania is? I mean, it's relatively north in the United States. You're turning 28 this Friday? That's not even old. What did you name the kid? November? Ran out of months. It's over soon? I feel like turning 30 was not a big deal, like, whatsoever, for me, at least. There was so much to live for still. Turning 40, I don't know if I'm going to feel the same. That's when it's actually over, Azra. So you got a good 10-something years, don't worry. You got plenty of time, sweetheart. 22. Oh no, Babby. You'll be 40 in October. Rest in piss, Tony. Do I got a bad knee? No, my knees are good. Now, you don't get bad knees till you're like 60. Come on. Huh. Just turned 42. Sad over here. It's okay. Well, I'll join a running club. That's like the new thing now, isn't it, chat? Life is over thanks to Dan. Might as well write it off, baby. Should I just guess partially here? Who looks like this guy's dad the most? Glasses nerd? Or blonde hair, you know, German looking soldier? I guess more blonde. Glasses. There might have been a hint about glasses or something that I don't recall. I still don't know their occupations. I don't think. This guy was a registered nerd. There was something about glasses, but I don't remember. Started working out for the first time in my life 2 months ago, and it's been so much running and cardio and core exercise, down 18 pounds. Oh, holy shit. 18 pounds 2 months is outstanding. Well done. That's great. It's probably the number one thing, and I am far from the only person. And it's probably the number one thing that people kind of regret at any point is not keeping up with their physical health as you get older. So no matter what age you are now, chat, try to start forming some good habits around exercise. You don't have to go insane, you know? It might just be something as little like you go for, well, an hour plus long walk is kind of a lot to ask for, but like 30 minutes of general exercise, you know, jumping jacks, running in place, push-ups, you know, just body weight things, right? Just get into that habit now. Just like it's the habit that is the hard thing to create. But once you're in the habit, it's a lot easier to maintain that. You know what I mean? Okay, I feel like I made a couple steps here. Although partially guessed, I'll admit. Yeah, I mean, it told me I gotta make some leaps in logic sometimes out here. Oh my god. So you two are not confirmed for 3. You look older. Look older, but... This was the first diary. It says there's 2 things here. Oh, this is the final page. Nothing there, nothing there. I guess I'll skip it if it says there's nothing. Dynasty from Lauren Roottrees' diary, written in 1958, focused on the day her grandfather Elias announced he would step down as president in the meeting to determine his successor. Which had been a fly on the wall that today. Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. Granddad was furious none of his sons would take over as president, but that's what he gets for holding onto it for so long. With architects, preachers, and lawyers, nobody's got time for candy, so with the 5 pieces refusing to step up, it came down to us next gens. Pop argued at length that the company should stay with our branch of the family since we still have the Roottrees name. I'm not even sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he's the one who was volunteered. Just want to remind myself. Clancy. Who is the oldest? Oh, right, and he... Well, the picture doesn't matter, but yeah. Clancy Jr. has to be the oldest. He was the one that was volunteered. Okay. Instead, I ended up going to Zach, even though his surname doesn't match the candy. He's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. I'm not sure how that's relevant to running a company, but Granddad has always had a very particular views when it came to his bloodline. I asked Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. After all, Angie's older than Zach, but I'm next oldest of us all. And I'm next old, but he just laughed. I'll never forget the cuss words Pop used when he told Ma it wouldn't go to us. Mother, ever the quick-witted, countered back, maybe they wanted it to go to the only member of the family who looks like he samples the product. Oh, fat shaming. Oh, so that was supposed to be a hint. For shame. For shame, chat. Haven't run since your marathon. Really need to make the time again. Dropped off so hard. How'd your marathon go? Clancy Jr. But it doesn't really tell me anything about Clancy. I was hoping to find out his current occupation or something, but we didn't find out. This is about Samantha. Why, Sam? I have so many distant relatives I've never met. Okay, wait, hold on. You learned that Alliance Roottrees had given in to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in family gatherings. Gwyneth had been pushing to include Sam for quite some time, Lauren writes. Why, Sam, I have many distant relatives I've never met. After all, Granny had sisters, and Granddad had a brother or two, but I was told trim their branches from the family tree. Why is Sam special? Nothing adds up. I don't know if anyone wanted to realize. Andrew summoned all the next gens to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Wins in Paris, but the rest of us, including Miracle's boys, spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. I didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. At the reception, when I asked who Sam was, Pop shushed me and said it was complicated. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands, EC and John, when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm on his way to work. Upon hearing that, Zach checked the records and managed to confirm all three are on the books. Okay. One of their last names is Miller. I don't know why they abbreviate EC like that. Apparently, when he was riding his mini bike alongside the farm a few weeks ago, Sam gave him some old tools and taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. None of us think that proper for a multitude of reasons, but Eli certainly seems thrilled. Eli is Miracle's youngest, not my brother. Not you, but you. Okay. At the end of the day, nothing explains why an outsider has cozied into family affairs, especially one who works on the farm of all places. Whatever happened to Blood Sicker the Sarah, why is Granddad making an exception now? I read all this multiple times. You built a whole ass workout app? Well, that'd be kind of fun to track the progress. Because that's the best bit of exercise, is seeing the progress. Even if it just means like you started doing, you know, one more squat or something like that. Is the fun bit, right? I gotta check this one again, I guess. There's apparently two things in here. Oh, God. I haven't found a lot of new stuff today, I gotta admit. But we're also kind of running out of shit. What's up, Lucifer? Rejected from clinic today. I'm back to square one with my stuff. Oh no, good luck. You'll find something. Sorry to hear that. Clearly, I did not know our true family history. When I wrote this, I didn't even know Sam was a Roottrees. All of my doubts were ill-founded. She's a fine woman. Had she the chance to grow up with us, Sam might have been the sister figure Gwen never was. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her. So Ernie is her husband, I guess. right? And then the kids, you have Ernie Jr. So is there another Madsen here? There's a Gwyneth Madsen and a Nicole Madsen. Oh. So one of them is probably here. And the other one's here, but I wouldn't know which one's which, I don't think. I don't think I know which one. I don't think I can figure that out. Oh, wait. As a bonus, Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. It's been a really long time since any Roottrie was as excited and interested in the actual candy as Ernie. As a bonus, Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. I'm going to say Gwyneth is... You are the adopted grandfather by their standard, right? Has the same green thumb, supposedly. To be like a florist? Or maybe you just say farmer. I'm not sure about that, though. I guess I'll leave farmer there, then. Which means your name has to be the final Madsen, I feel. Most likely. So, Nicole. You could try to look up some of these Madsens, maybe. Where was I? What I'm most ashamed of is not figuring it all out. Myself, Sam's a spinning image of Patsy with her jet black hair, green eyes. She doesn't have the thick glasses Patsy did, of course, but I guess that skips a generation. Oh. Her children have that covered. Oh, her children have thick glasses, chat. Oh. So you're Gwyneth. Aha. And you must be Ernie Jr. Damn, I was hoping I would hit the thing. Can we get some ahas in the chat? Skips a generation. What's up to Hanoa? She might not be a farmer. They said she had a green thumb, though. Okay, I knew there was something with glasses. Hard to explain the look on Pop's face when they read that the farm's operations would pass to Samantha Roottrie for as long as she was willing. The farm's operations. We got flashbacks when Zach was made president. Mother reframed it a bit to calm him down. Sam wouldn't receive any candied money, after all, and was essentially inheriting the rights to rule over the peasants for eternity. Pop warned us away from that farm for years. I never met EC in person, but Pop once referred to him as a confirmed bachelor, and I suspect that's why he kept us from there. Sam had to grow up in the house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. I'm not sure Sam will ever forgive Uncle Junior or Patsy for abandoning her to that life. If I were her, I might never forgive them either, but even so, she seems to blame more than just the two of them. She has no problems with us next gens, but she has a palpable hatred for the Five Pieces and Elias and Gwyneth. Huh. Is EC here, I'm gonna say? I'm gonna say this is the EC person that we don't know. But who's this Miller person also? Kind of odd, almost. Okay. I tried Googling Gwyneth Madsen. Nothing. That really... Is there another occupation that suits having a green thumb? You think? don't see anything. I don't see nothing. So something must not be right, because I have 3 filled in here right now. So something's wrong. I don't actually know who's older here. I don't think. So maybe I just need to flip the order on them. Who the fuck are you? And you. November Roottrees. Gwendolyn. Whose picture haven't I resolved for the free spirits here? There's 2. A completely unknown person. And Gwendolyn. Does this mean you have to be Gwendolyn? Now that you could be an alternate photo for someone. In fact, I thought you were an alternate photo for someone, but I'm not sure whom. Yet. Who the fuck's this Joker with a beard? Actually, I don't see alternative photo options. Jim's somewhere in that photo, actually. Is he not? Would he be this guy? That doesn't look like him. Really? Be that guy, maybe. Looks nothing like him. He's got that, what do you call this, mole right there. Does that help me in some way? I don't see it anywhere else. You can actually see the mole in that photo, which is interesting. Uh-huh. These 2 actually look similar as well, right? I think that looks the most like him. But still not that much. I'm gonna cook way too many burgers for your friends hang out. If they come. You guys want some burgers? Can't see the mole there, so I guess that's not him. Maybe that's you in actuality. I am not confident in that at all. So I guess this has to be... Oh, shit, I did it. I guess that, by deduction, that had to be her. But something must be wrong. Nice. Yeah, that one was obvious. I know nothing about this woman. And apparently I did get some of these optionals, too. So, of course, we knew that one. You were done by deduction. So that means that you 2 are wrong in some way. They could be swapped. It could be you're older than her. It could be their occupations are incorrect. Let's search Jem Wilson. Nothing. What was the dude's name? Zach Wilson. Yeah, I haven't been making as many burgers. Dealer Scott just had a baby, so he's not able to hang out as much lately, as you can imagine. So something's wrong with you because I didn't get it right. The ages I weren't certain about. So maybe I should just swap their placements. Ernest Jr. I guess I'm gonna do that. I don't think I knew. I don't think I knew that one was older than the other here. Hey, Aho. Wants to attempt a 3-sentence summary of the latest developments. I mean, we filled in large portions of it. I don't think there's any earth-shattering breakthroughs to explain here. The big mystery that is encompassing this envelope seems to be whoever the initials EC are, who was roommates with Samantha, who was the kind of illegitimate... I think the big reveal was Samantha is the daughter of Elias and Patricia. However, she was born out of wedlock when they were very young. These two then went their separate ways and then got back together in their 50s and got married. So out of wedlock, but eventually came back around kind of thing. So it was much later on that she was basically sort of added to the family and became a root tree, I guess you could say. Okay. Zach Wilson. Where is that photo again? And can I find anything else linking to it? It's Stephen Wilson's kids. It's from 1996, huh? My dad is best dad in the entire world, and he treats every patient with world-class care. He will treat your children like he would me, my big brother, or my sister. Picture has a date on it. It seems like this was taken 2 years ago in 1996. That's the Sam. Yeah, it's the Sam. Is there something I'm missing here? So it's his graduation. I don't know if he can tell if it's from college or high school. I think there's some more info. This is a picture of Dr. Stephen Wilson, which is not useful. It doesn't say that there's any info here, really. I mean, I could swap their ages because I can't tell, right? And I don't know how you would tell at this junction. Oh, well, that crossed something off, too. I feel like there's got to be ways to solve that without essentially just 50-50 guessing here. So I swapped their ages, too, essentially, to find out, oh, shit.
On the phone, I said I owed you an explanation, but I can't reveal
Sometimes
everything.
it's that way. Ugh.
Not yet. I'm sure this all seems like deception for deception's sake, so I'll try to explain why. It's true, I'm working with lawyers, but not the candy company lawyers. My publisher's lawyers.
Oh, is this Lauren, maybe?
I'm on the verge of releasing a book, and it's not kind to the Roottrees. Especially Elias and the 5 Pieces. The truth often isn't.
Is she even still alive?
But with the plane crash, the publisher is rightfully worried it'll look like I'm making things up to exploit a tragedy. So they're doing their due diligence. That's why you're here. To be sure there's enough evidence for an expert to unearth the whole story. If I tell you the whole story now, we can't prove that. I hope you understand. That said, I can say that the work you're doing is very personal to me.
Sounds
to
like
my
a bitch.
story, one spot on the tree is more important than the rest. You've likely noticed it. It's locked for now. I'll return one final time, after you fill it in. Also, there are fewer Roottrees left. In a sense, that makes it easier. Use process of elimination. It's also harder to verify when you're right. You'll need 4 blood relatives before they lock from here on out. I don't have any more evidence for you, but trust your intuition. If something has a high number, it's not a mistake. You're getting closer and closer to the truth. I look forward to seeing you soon.
All right, new piece of evidence. It claims. It says there's 6 things in here, which is confounding, really, right? Figure gave you access to some resources. This includes a list of notable Roottrees. The return of the new resource, a photo of Carl's generation taken in the middle and late 70s. Heard a report, WRTD radio, that seemed important to your investigation. I remember doing that. They gave you a partial explanation. They hired you to help verify their personal account of the family's history. All that's left to do is finish the family tree, find what's in the locked space, which they said was personal to them. She can't come into the house unless you invite her in. It says there's 6 pieces of evidence here, essentially. There's barely that many names left. I realized I know, like, nothing about Bonnie. Or very, very little. I feel like there's still, like, a lot to figure out here. So I have no idea. So if she is younger than him, then she must be, like, a student. K through 12, though, right? I guess we'll say. Like a high school student, I'm guessing. I don't know your occupation still. Nor yours. Again, this photo's old, so assumedly she's not still a student. You guys I haven't had correct in a long time. He had a film school jacket on. Could be a screenwriter, maybe. I think I searched both their names and got absolutely nothing, though. There's still quite a bit here to fill in, it feels. I assume this is the big thing I'm meant to do. It has 2 names that must be typed in manually. One is EC, one is Mr. Miller, I'm guessing. So she has somehow connected them. Nicknames for each of the generations. Maybe I should try that, huh? The Free Spirits. Athen. The next gen. Nope, not gem. Athen. In fact, I don't even know his spouse. That feels really weird to not know something like that at this junction, right? Okay. So she didn't give me shit. 5 pieces. That we've certainly searched before. Overall, no doubt about. Oh, although, wait a minute. I don't know if I looked this up. I have not searched it. Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. Shut up, chat. From marketing materials to various candy history sites, you learn that 5 pieces are the iconic candy sold by the Roottrees Candy Company. Although they are no longer the company's only popular product, they still sell well to this day. 5 pieces are small, colorful, shell-coated maple candies that since the late 20s have been pressed into the shape of a maple leaf, although they usually have one flavor that looks more like a berry. As tastes have changed over the years, so have the 5 flavors, but the shape and combination with maple have remained consistent. There's also a history of print advertising. There's also a history of print advertising website that claims to have a 5 pieces advertisement scanned from a book called The Sweet History of Candy, Volume 2 by Charles Lee. Unfortunately, when you click through the website, it seems like all their image links are broken. Charles Lee. Would that be the Pubic Library? Aha, 1985. This is part of a book series about all things candy in the modern world. It starts in 1925 and continues onward to chronicle the rise of mass production and global distribution. The book ends with a look into the future of candy as envisioned by experts in 1985. With the addition of hindsight, you can clearly see they got pretty much everything wrong. It includes some print advertisements. You find a newspaper ad for 5 pieces from the 1930s added to the evidence. It's a miracle, a modern candy for modern society. Roottrees 5 pieces contain 5 different maple-infused flavors. The Roottrees are a proud family business, and our flavors are inspired by children. G is for grape. E is for elderberry. CE is for cinnamon extract. M is for melon, and introducing M for Miracle Berry. Miracle Berry is a burst of beautiful blossoming blended berries. Try it today. So it is having to do with their names. Sweet History Candy Volume 2. It states the flavors are inspired by their children. G-E-C-E-M-M-B. G for Gwendolyn. E for Elias Jr. C-E for Clancy Edward. M for Margolite. And Miracle Berry, MB. Right? We knew all that. However, I guess it further should mean that the initials for this should mean something, right? So this is a relatively new advertisement. There's 5 flavors because the original inventor had 5 kids. Now, whose kids are these, though? In particular. Oh, volume 1 of the book? Oh, good idea. CC, SS, PP, BBR, AA, BBR. You'd think it would be under his presidentialness that those flavors would be used. Yeah, because this guy was president in the 80s and 90s. So it should be linked to him in some way, right? What is that photo? I gotta look that up again. Still don't know if I've really... This one's weird. This photo was tucked inside an envelope with a letter beneath the candle in the corner of his office. To Carl and Brenda. I'm sorry that you were unable to attend the funeral. It's traditional to have it as soon as possible, and Ernie, more than anyone else on Earth, knew how busy your job can be. I'm close to Shiva Candle and identical to ours if you'd like to pay your respects, though it's not expected for those outside the faith to do so. Ernie was a man full of love, not only for his family, but for his family legacy, and an immense amount of pride for the work you 3 did together, as well as how Carl has carried on for him after taking over. As for myself, it is impossible to express my gratitude enough for rescuing us from the panic and burden of endless bills. Though we caught it too late for him to get to the donor list, the company took care of us beyond our wildest expectations. It went unsaid at the time, but Ernie and I knew it would have been Carl that convinced the trust, and that it was no coincidence that it happened shortly after your visit, Brenda. Much love, Debbie. Debbie was married to Ernie June. I guess, right? Debbie. Or Deborah. Deborah Bean, I suppose. Wait. Was it his wife or his daughter? Ernie and I had to stay strong, especially for Nicole's sake. Ah, so Nicole, which I knew actually was the daughter's name already. Aha. So she's young? So does that mean that's Deborah and that's Nicole? Is that what that means? They seem awfully young. Right? It's a picture of them at the funeral. I don't know. Like, that lady looks really young. That don't look like a Debbie. This lady, you're trying to tell me this lady looked like this in the 90s, it seems to me, and married a man that looks like this in the fucking 70s. That's what you're trying to tell me right now. Is that what you're trying to convince me? Is this real life? I mean, I guess that makes sense. For the money, there you go. I married... That's it. You've already been banned twice? Make it a third time. But in actuality, I'm a very lucky man. And you thought you were going to get VIP. And you thought... Chris Rafferty. Related to Jane LaRue. Where did I get the name Chris? I wonder. Here. Exactly. How did I fill this in, I wonder? A bit. Well, I guess I'm gonna take this photo was tucked inside an envelope with a letter beneath a candle. Corner of his office. The only Rafferty left? It seems that way. Yeah. So apparently there's a picture of him somewhere. Don't ask me how. I searched the name and I got nothing. There was something... Wait. Shit. There was something that we just found that I wanted to search, but I forgot what it was. Was it a magazine or something? Oh yeah, we said volume 1 maybe. Oh, it did work. Look at that. This is a book about all things candy throughout history. It starts with historical accounts dating back to the ancient Egyptians and chronicles candy throughout the year 1924. Includes some print advertisements from companies you've heard of, including an extremely early newspaper ad for 5 pieces that Charles Lee included due to a major misprint. There is no volume 3 though. Major misprint, huh? Roottrees, 5 pieces. So... Interesting. Available from fine stockists throughout Pennsylvania. So they didn't have the Miracle Berry yet, probably because Miracle wasn't born yet? EC for egg cream? The fuck? Oh, that's the... Because it's Clancy Edward. No, wait, what? I don't even know. You found the advertisement in The Sweet History of Candy, Volume 1 by Charles Lee. The author included it because of the spelling error in the word available. Oh, I didn't even notice it. Near the bottom, it states that the flavors are inspired by their children and the order is grape, elderberry, egg cream, cinnamon extract, and melon. Grape. Where'd it go? Grape, elderberry. Egg cream doesn't make sense, though. Is that the EC who's in here or something like that secretly? Something like that. Another misbegotten child, perchance, chat? Because the EC... There's someone with initials EC that lived with Samantha as like a roommate. And then you have Clancy Edward, who is the cinnamon extract. Then you have the melon, who was from Margolite, and it was probably before Miracle was born. Egg cream is a cold beverage consisting of milk, carbonated water, flavored syrup. Yeah, didn't they? Yeah. It was kind of like a milkshake or something, right? I don't think this directly helps us right now. So, this is from 1924. I don't remember. I could probably find out when what's his name was born, Miracle, but who gives a shit also? I don't know if it would actually do anything. These are the two jerks. Elias and Gwyneth. Oh. Pish posh. Now, I didn't find that much out about her kids, is the truth. I found that photo of them, which is here. I don't know how I found the photo. This photo has a note attached from your employer. Here's a bonus. When I pulled the water-damaged picture of the free spirits out of the frame, this fell out too. Written in the back of the photo is, couldn't make the reunion, wishing you well from Paris, Gwen, and the boys. That's how I got the photo. It was simply given to us. I don't know much about them at all, right? Should I assume that he's a screenwriter now? I wouldn't know what the fuck this guy's up to. I just Googled their names and I didn't get shit. Now, oh, we never figured it out. Wild Bill William either. His real name. Wild Bill Williams? Ah, I found something. Wild Bill Williams was the leading man of some non-notable movies in the 1950s. He appeared in an adventure movie called Fortune Favors the Grave, which is yet to be released for home audiences. You don't find any additional information about that film. He was known for his good looks and off-screen romances, specifically with blondes. He was married 4 different times to 4 different actresses. There's a famous Hollywood rumor that he even approached Marilyn Monroe at a party. Wild Bill grew up in Paris, France. He returned there often. There's really no info here, right? What if I drink an egg cream on a dare? One of the gossip rags? Yeah, let's look up, what's her name? Gwen Roottrees? And we can find something. Somewhat well-known actress. Her biggest role was in a minor hit movie, Guys Like Us. She left Hollywood after the big flop of Christmas Mission. Widely circulated picture of Gwen from behind the scenes on one of her movies, which has been added. Was the granddaughter of Elias. So she couldn't have been named a Roottrees. She shouldn't have been named Roottrees, but her father took her mother's famous name, which was quite rare in those days. Highly public. She often appeared in tabloids, especially around the time of her highly publicized divorce. Let's retrace. Any in the top right corner of the window? I don't know, actually. Netscape Explorer, I think it's meant to be. I know we definitely found some magazines about her. But I don't remember. Business Watch. Oh, Starlet. Wild Bill. Will that work? It did work. Aha. Oh, hold on. Aha. Walter Forsythe. Boom. Boom. Can I get some kabooms? Walter Forsythe. Mentioned many times throughout the magazine's lifespan. Blondes mostly. Second is an interview, though he doesn't mention her by name, you determine from context he's talking about Gwen Roottrees. Apology to all the ladies, I'm actually taken. Earlier this year, I did a friend a favor. He was directing a war movie, asked me to play a small part. Wouldn't you know it, that son of a bitch cut me from the picture. I'm just ribbing. It wasn't his fault. Apparently the studio didn't want to pay for a star of my caliber. I got the last laugh, though. I met someone. She spent most of the film crying. She was playing a soldier's wife. But even through the tears, she was incredible. I know I tend to have a reputation with this one's true love. I only have eyes for her. Ironically, the third is a rumor that his divorce from Gwen was due to multiple affairs, including one with another actress. An American reader on vacation in Paris claims to have overheard Wild Bill and Gwen arguing in public while she was holding a baby and visibly pregnant. Not long after, Gwen announced she was divorcing Wild Bill, and also that she was pregnant again, giving this rumor more credibility. Okay. We got that name, but I still don't know enough about her kids, really. The gossip is speculative and full of tabloid stereotypes. Some of it focuses on the fact that when she announced her divorce, she also announced she was pregnant again. Others mention that the rumors Wild Bill had multiple affairs, which left her heartbroken. She was asked about her last name. The power of a name is undeniable. My grandfather constantly preached the importance of family names and honoring them. My father decided to bless me with a famous name. There's nothing wrong with Cornwall, but Roottrees has power. Cornwall. We already did that. My husband similarly goes by Wild Bill. It's an infamous name he repurposed for himself because he didn't have the benefit of being born with a famous one. But Wild, combined with the alliteration of Williams, is incredibly memorable. Although I've relocated to Paris, I know your readers love to keep up with my husband, so consider this a Starlight exclusive about both of us. Wild Bill and I have a child on the way, and we're sticking with Roottrees for the last name, not Williams, but we also plan to lean into alliteration. That's how we'll honor both of our families' names for the next gen. So that's the only info I really have about her kids right now, is that they are alliterative in their names. And so I think I guessed, even. And this one photo of them. How the hell do I find out more about them? I'm swapping the names for no particular reason. Shit. How am I going to find out more about these idiots? Oh, okay, that's even a bit much. Robert. Nothing. Ronald. Nothing. The kids use their dad's name, you think? But she said specifically that they were going to give them, they're sticking with Roottrees for their last names. Yeah. There's got to be more info about these fuckers, right? Somewhere. Well, there's no other Williams in here anyway. So that's got to be their names. Well, that's their birth names. I guess it's possible that they used a different name when they got older, if that's what you mean. I guess you could search Ronald Williams in here. Yeah, nothing. Hey, Norts. Don't know. Forsyth? Why would they change their names, I wonder, though, like that? Because that wouldn't be a good name, anyway. That would, if they want to change their names for the purposes of fame, it wouldn't be the right way to handle it. It wouldn't make sense. There's no other Forsyths either in the list. It could make sense to use Wild Bill, I'll admit. Don't know Miracle's spouse's name. Guess I'll try to look him up. Oh, right. I already tried to look this up and I got nothing really. Business watch. Guy in the rainbow tie, is he gay? I'm afraid not. The opposite, really. They're preachers. Preacher men. So maybe I should search... Oh, actors and actresses likely to have gossip about old Hollywood. Maybe I'll search Business Watch and Miracle, but it doesn't seem likely, right? Newspaper Butler County, where the candy company is located, will likely have articles about notable businesses, events, etc. Nothing, huh? Wait a minute. Oh, wait, that actually gave me something. Hold on. Miracle Roottrees and his son, who goes exclusively by Miracle Jr., have appeared in the Butler County Times a great deal over the years. The Miracle Network, which is a collection of churches, television shows, and products that can be purchased, has multiple advertisements in each issue. You do find one article mentioning legal troubles. Unfortunately, it's a throwaway line in an article about a tour they plan to take across the southern United States called The Three Generations of Miracles. Copy. About a tour. The author speculates they're going on tour to leave their legal troubles behind. Because of all the advertisements, the results in the Butler County Times are not particularly relevant to your search. Any attempt to find more about these legal troubles is thwarted. That's just the name of the tour. It's the same thing. That's the same thing, too. Really? The name of the tour has given me nothing? Truly? Madly? Deeply? Legal newspaper? I don't have anything like that. It wouldn't be on Modern Music Monthly, right? Business Watch? Nothing. Miracles try to oust Sam, or that confirmed bachelor. There's something, it seemed that way. That RR, they said. Which I get, actually, one of these two then. Oh, which would mean one of them's a lawyer. Then probably, right? Because it said RR wanted to oust someone who was not totally related. They were a speaker. It has to be, these are the only two who have the last name Roottrees and whose first name begins with R. The names could be wrong though still. Swap them back. Shit. Yeah, the Roottrees versus RR thing. Oh, wait, is that the legal troubles? I don't think it's related to that. Because all these people are related by birth. Huh. Interesting. How many Roottrees names are there left? There's Jack, Christina, and Tessa. Jack, Christina, and Tessa. No line between those brothers? I mean, yeah, so this whole thing is a little weird, right? This whole box. It's a little strange. But I'm not really sure what to think. What does it mean? I mean, I think it just means that they are the kids of these two, but one of them was born out of wedlock. At least one of them, I guess. Unless it turns out there's more to the story, right? So like over here, for instance, Stephanie is the daughter of Caroline and Mark, but they divorced. But the line is solid, right? To indicate Stephanie was born of them too. But now Eloise becomes the guardian of Stephanie here. So what the hell does that mean then in comparison? Want a bad dragon? What? Why? It's at 5 o'clock. I got leads, baby. I got leads, baby. I got leads for days. Like you wouldn't believe. I still don't know who this jerk is, but he's sort of, he might be like the secret six. This might be EC. I'm picturing the secret child. Well, how does Evie know the answers? I thought you hadn't played. Did you Google things, Evie? Because you're in deep shit if you're Googling things. Apparently nothing's in here. Oh, you asked Chris. Couldn't make the reunion. So this is in the 70s. So these guys are older now. So this guy went to film school. Don't know jack shit about this guy. So that's why I filled in screenwriter for him. I might take a poke or a hint at some point, but it says there's 6 clues here? What? But there's like nothing left in that tree. There's nothing left here. I mean, all right. Found a mail that Carl left in his inbox had a handwritten note attached that seemed personal. Oh, right. Butler County. We can search her name in the Butler County Times or whatever. Fire about a candidate for local office, Stephanie Jones. In the back is an excerpt from a newspaper article from Butler County Times about her campaign. Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family, to say the least, but in her words, it was still full of love. And now, 22 years later, with a baby on her own due around Christmas, her message for voters is simple. Love is our future. Handwritten note says, Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you could talk to your girls about putting out a statement, supporting Stephanie, you could use the publicity your daughter's bringing. Don't let our conflict spread to the next gen. CM. So it's probably her... Oh, it's Caroline contacting Carl, trying to get him to promote Stephanie. I guess I'll search the periodicals, though, here. Stephanie Langdon. Is that her name? What? Landon. Langdon? Landon. Small report detailing the election results. I think I read this. Stephanie apparently won her election. Find a full version of the newspaper clipping the back of the campaign mailer. While most of it is unimportant, you do find the following. Born Stephanie Landon till her marriage to Brian Jones. Grew up at home without a father, with my mother and her partner essentially had an entire family, entirely female influence. Though she's a distant cousin of the Roottrees, her mother, Caroline, a local artist who appeared in the Butler County Times in the past, has often come out opposed to the corporation's policies. I don't see where this is going. Really. Caroline Morden. I probably looked this up, but they mentioned that she's been brought up in the Butler County Times prior. So I guess I'm going to search here. Hey, Doug, what's up? Thank you so much for those 4 months. Including one by Caroline Morden. There is much about Caroline as a person. This is mostly a listing of her art in Butler County. She seems to get top billing. Oh, we found this too. Yeah, I already found all this. So there's the legal troubles. Should I search like Elias M. Roottree in particular? For instance? Nothing. Almost everything you find in the first few pages results are the same type. He invented 5 pieces, was watchman in the air, and had a strong focus on family. This one's ridiculous. This guy's kind of hot, though. Can we agree? No? What do you mean, no? The rainbow tie? Exactly. Preacher. God, I know so little about them. She wrote some romance books. Ruru gives it a 4 out of 5 stars. Her name was Rafferty. Yeah. The true feeling of change in society across multiple decades. They call special attention to the author's recollection of the day she heard that her husband Jacob died in the war. Because the majority of the interactions in the book took place in Butler County, including many locations they personally recognized, it made everything feel more real. Find this and many other books in your local library. So I found this in the library. All right, give me like a direction, Chris or someone. I already read all that is the thing. Give me like a left or a right. Give me the smallest hint you can think of. The 5-piece advertisement. Okay. Yeah, this one that still says it has something in it. So, okay, so clearly these flavors have something to do with names. There's 5 flavors because the original inventor had 5 kids. Maybe that's why kids still love them. Radical new flavors because it's no longer the 1920s. What even is an elderberry anyway? So strawberry, power plum, cool chocolate, bad blue raspberry, awesome apple. I don't know. Didn't I get, wasn't this like one of the first pieces of evidence I got? Oh, the magazine. Hold on. Magazine, Teen Blast. Hold on. I even read that out loud at one point. New periodical added. Jesus. Wait, what? Where is it? I thought I got a new piece of evidence. Huh? It said something. One of them was already in your evidence. No. What do you mean? New periodical to search in at least, yeah. Okay, so should I just search Roottrees? Played host to many Roottrees advertisements over the years for their many products, including 5 pieces. They flood the results. Okay, so what am I gonna do with this? Like, where do I? Teen Blast. Like, I can envision the 3 daughters being featured there, right? But I don't know who else. Okay, so searching just root tree or 5 pieces doesn't really give me anything. But there's got to be something else. I guess I'll search one of them just in case, though, here. Raina root tree. Oh. She was on the cover of Teen Blast when she was 16 and did an interview. You add the cover and article to your evidence. Oh, thank God. Something. Praise be. Praise be. Dear God, that's terrifying. Okay, so that is the alternate photo for you. Lovely. TMS, what's he up to? Teen Blast can tell ya. Brother trouble, new gossip. Also, how to know if he's interested and win a trip to the set of a new movie. Raina, Sweet 16. All right, it's an interview chat. Write that down. Mael Parry meme. Parry it. There's an article about Raina Roottrees from 1994. This issue also mentions TMS and Brother Trouble. In an interview, Raina talks about her inspirations. One important thing I learned from an early age is that dreams are not outside of our grasp. My grandpa was a college professor who taught lectures about history. Aha. He was a fucking nerd, chat. He was a nerd, it turns out. He was a real fucking geek out there. Oh. He always told me that history was full of people from famous families who wasted their fame and fortune by taking it for granted. Instead, he told me I should go out and use my name to accomplish something. He became a teen model. That was your big... I think he may have practiced that lecture a lot because I have other people in my family that have also made the Roottrees name famous for things besides candy. His older sister even wrote a book that some of my friends tell me they had to read in school. I took his advice, and I work with my mom. We already got to that. Designing clothing. I help decide what colors and patterns I want to model in. Then she designs the clothes with a team of amazing men and women. Although my grandpa passed away earlier this year, Grandma Laura tells me he was really proud of what we managed to accomplish. Grandma Laura. Laura Carlson, apparently. Okay. Little bit. Should I search all of them? Carly Roottrees. Nada. Riley. Why'd they have to spell it like that? The Roottrees sisters appear in many ads for Milk Candy and Root clothes in Teen Blast. I forgot about the Root clothes. This search engine is the best, so your results are flooded with page after page of nearly identical advertisements. Some ads specifically mentioned that Raina appeared once on the cover. Riley and Rose. Who's Rose? Rose was Carly's fake name? Oh, I totally forgot about that. Nothing. Let me try to search Root. Hold on. Team Bland, for Root clothes. Some of them mentioned Brenda, but more often than not, her daughters are mentioned. Find a small bit of an ad from many years back, so be sure to look out for our upcoming article about Raina's inspirations for Root. Yeah, so we just got that. Okay. Useless. I wonder if I could find out his mother's name by going back over it or something. If I have one... Should I just guess Bonnie? It just felt like I should guess. Turns out she's a housewife, chat. Oh shit, that's 4, baby. No guessing? I don't think it was really a guess, though. I mean, maybe they're gonna firmly state it somewhere. Maybe it counts as a guess. It was not a guess, you're saying? Oh. I'll take that then. There's so many people, like, I don't know how I'm gonna find out about them. Namely, this doofus. I don't even know where I got the name Chris Rafferty. I might have just deduced it. But apparently we somehow learn about his spouse. We get a picture of his spouse. We get a picture of him. All those things. Huh. So he was into advertising. He was into advertising at some point. So should I search some magazines here or something? Perchance? Business Watch, maybe. No, nothing. Top right corner said X out of 50. Now it says X out of 49. What's up with that? Oh, I think that's when you get to... I don't think it was ever out of 50, but I'm not sure. That's when we triggered the lady to come back and talk to us. New magazine for it, maybe? Chris Rafferty. What if I just search Rafferty? Nothing. Where are we gonna find out more info about them? I guess I'm not sure I knew what it was prior. Claims there's still 7 links here. The notables list sets off alarm bells. These numbers will change. Whenever you find more evidence or lock-in family members, new discoveries will be added to the list and old evidence will become less useful. You trust your intuition. If a piece of evidence seems too good to be true, take a closer look. The higher the number, the more there is to find, it claims. Says there's 7 bits in here still. God. Win in Team Blast? I assume this is a newer magazine. I feel like we're not gonna find it. So this, I'm pretty sure I already got the book and everything. I'm pretty sure. This issue also mentions TMS and brother trouble. Who's TMS? What's brother trouble? I don't know. TMS, what's he up to? Should I just search TMS? Oh. Hold on, chat. Hold on. Tommy Mark Sheridan appeared on the cover of Team Blast a record 38 times, including 3 back-to-back months during the height of brother trouble. Oh. In the issues he wasn't on the cover, he was still mentioned quite often. You read every word of every article, and besides the fact that he was married to Raina, did I know this? Only one thing seems relevant. Oh, I did. I might have actually already read this, too. Only one thing seems relevant. A gossip section from 1996, about 8 months before their marriage, is called, Is TMS Dating a Roottrees? At a recent autograph signing, TMS told a Team Blast reporter that he met a girl at a party in Malibu. Apparently, the cast of Brother Trouble gets together at Penelope's house once a year, and this time TMS found love. The mega hottie had this to say. She's incredible. She came to the party to meet me specifically, and I'm glad she did. She said she had a crush on me when she was younger. I told her I have a crush on her from her posters now. When our Teen Blast reporter asked who Lucky Girl was, CMS refused to spill, but we did some digging. One of the creators of Brother Trouble, Ron, married Penelope, who played TMS's mom on the show. What the fuck? You get this? Ron is a distant relative of the Roottrees sisters. So there's a Ron, who's a distant relative of the sisters. One of the creators of Brother Trouble, Ron, married Penelope, who played TMS's mom on the show. So there's a Ron and a Penelope who are married, who are distant relatives of the Roottrees sisters. You're Ronald then. You're the screenwriter? You said creator of the show, right? So I'm gonna call you Robert then, because I couldn't tell. So Ron and Penelope, Tessa Green apparently. One of the creators of Brother Trouble. Would you call that a screenwriter, chat? Does that make him a screenwriter? He's not an actor. Should look up Penelope Roottrees then. What's up, Double Manwich? Chef, comedian, director? Filmmaker? Filmmaker isn't on the list, sadly. Could be director? Media mogul. Not that distant. His last name's fucking Roottree. Right? You know? You'd think he'd be on the internet then, though. Penelope Roottrees. No. Penelope Tessa Green. Oh, she's an actress, right? Tessa Green. Is a retired comedian. There's a result for the Laugh Lounge, a club in Reno that claims Penelope got her stand-up start and did her famously raunchy breast milk cheese routine in the 80s before she was a TV star in Brother Trouble. The site claims she retired for the birth of her first child, but still makes yearly appearances for fundraisers, doing more family-friendly material. Find a picture labeled Jack-O-Lantern 1997, as well as a different picture labeled Jack watching one of his mother's charity sets 1994. Both have been added to the evidence. I don't see any strict follow-ups here, then. There's a result for the Laugh Lounge Club. Not the breast milk cheese. Spoojle Brother Trouble? Can try after, I suppose. We found this website about a comedy club called Laugh Lounge. It was captioned, Jack watching one of his mother's charity sets. So it's a Jack. We wouldn't know which one, though, here. 1994. Oh, so they're very young, because we're set in 1998. This is 1997. Oh, so there's someone even younger. Jack-O-Lantern. Okay. Jack Roottrees is this one. And then the younger one is, I don't know, a Roottrees, there's a Christina and a Tessa. Could be Tessa, named after Penelope's previous last name, right? That kid looks very questionable. I guess I'm going to fill that in. I mean, student? Or is baby an occupation, chat? I mean, they're quite young still. Nothing, huh? Baby is there? Wait, was it? Oh shit, you're right, it was there. I was just kidding. I didn't even pay attention. Okay. So I have 4 new ones filled in, but something has to be wrong, it seems to me. I put in that he's a lawyer because the assumption is that he's the one that filed the court case and was having the lecture. The legal lecture. Penelope doesn't count? Well, I have these 2 guys, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. I have the 2 kids and the 2 guys. So something's wrong out of these 4, then that means, right? Because I needed 4. I need 4 more. The names must be correct now. ...1989 sitcom about 2 16-year-old brothers the same age, one adopted, played by Tommy Mark Sheridan and Dustin Christopher Baker. Wonder if that name's gonna be important, huh? DCB. Their single mother, played by stand-up Penelope Tessa Green, often had to navigate her job as a magazine columnist, as well as the troubles that come with raising 2 boys, who were extremely competitive in sports, academics, and even romantic pursuit of their next-door neighbor, Roxy. The showrunner was small screen director Ron Roottrees. The show had strong ratings through the entirety of season 1, rocketing both Sheridan and Baker to instant stardom amongst the teenage girls demographic. However, it was canceled in 1991 midway through the second season due to a significant drop-off in ratings. What is... Navigate her job as a magazine columnist, as well as the troubles that came with raising 2 boys who were extremely competitive in sports, academics, and even romantic pursuit of their next-door neighbor, Roxy. But I thought they were kids. It was a 1989 sitcom, I guess. Yeah, wait, that doesn't even make sense to me. Because this photo of the infant here is from 1997, 1 year prior to present day. Oh, wait, we're talking about the show? Ah, shit, never mind. Okay, shut up, chat. Okay. So I guess I'll search this dude's name, right? Often abbreviated DCB by his teenage fans. Since leaving Brother Trouble, he has appeared in a few straight-to-VHS movies that adapt classic literature to a family audience with minor success, the most popular of which was Jane Eyre, which reimagined the Charlotte Bronte novel as a high school romance with a focus on skateboarding? Am I really going to search this? Jane Eyre? Where is this gonna go? Wait, what? Was that the book title or what? Go back. Jane Eyre, which reimagined the Charlotte Bronte novel as a high school romance. Please, Dan. It's a real book. Oh, that Jane Eyre. I never read it. So it's a joke. They're trying to tell a joke. Well, tell them they suck. BCB was TMS's co-star in Brother Trouble. Their mother was played by Penelope Tessa Green. Nothing. Okay. with a focus on skateboarding. So there's really no point in this guy's name? It feels really weird to bring up some of these names to me. Brother Trouble Roxy. Nothing, huh? Yeah, this is just that same article that we already read. Baby. Licensed baby. Oh, right. They said small screen director, didn't they? They mentioned small screen director Ronald Roottrees, did they not? Showrunner was small screen director Ronald Roottrees. Okay. So that confirms he's the director. But something's still wrong here. I mean, I think these seem... Well... I guess the name doesn't have to be Tessa here. It could be Christina. I just assumed it was Tessa because of her last name. Is he not a lawyer then? Do I have to read about the RR? What was it? RR versus Roottrees or whatever? What was it called? Someone remind me. Oh, for fuck's sakes. What was it? Click the history. Oh, this is really convenient. Why didn't anyone tell me? This is so convenient. And you can search the history. Oh, it's like everything too, huh? Oh, wow. The Roottrees versus RR. Huh. When you can tell, RR attempted unsuccessfully to remove a fellow family member from the trust. It was said that RR attempted two arguments. First, the person in question was born out of wedlock. Second, they committed significant crime against a fellow family member. To the Clanced trust. Very little info. I've looked at the Clanced trust before. Yeah, I read this recently, Evan. That was in 1994. The only information you discover is from a University Law School, which apparently had a guest lecturer talk about Roottrees versus RR in 94. Ron Roottrees? I guess I haven't. Oh, that's a good point. Small screen director and the head of RR Productions. Okay, so I can search that. Oh. He directed episodes of a few other shows before show running and creating a one-season hit, Brother Trouble. Default production company responsible for Brother Trouble. You find a comment on a Usenet board stating that Brother Trouble ended up being an ironic name, considering the rumors about RR Productions, Ron, and Robbie Roottrees. Robert. Called Hold. Not much relevant information about Robbie Roottrees. In a comment thread on a message board about television cliches, you find a thread called Why Was Brother Trouble Cancelled? One user speculates, I think it's because the writing went really downhill in season 2. They actually had an episode where Roxy was addicted to sniffing markers. The fuck? Another person replied, might be as to do with the rumor about Robbie Roottrees in Silver Screen Magazine. There's a link to some kind of article, but it appears to be dead. Silver Screen Magazine, chat. Write that down. Oh wait, do I just search that? Did you mean so? Yes, I did. Fuck's sakes. Aha! Hollywood Insiders magazine focusing less on actors and actresses and more about the nitty-gritty of writing, directing, costuming, set design, film promotion, and other elements of filmmaking. It ran from 83 to 93. It was bought by a bigger, more recognizable magazine a few years ago, and the website now directs to a new magazine. New magazine doesn't appear to have any relevance to your case. Silver Screen Magazine. Played host to many Roottrees advertisements, blah, 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 blah. We'll try Ron first. Article about Ron from 84 entitled Don't Blame Nepotism, He Gets Results. After finding some small screen success, first as director for many soap opera episodes and then stepping in as the showrunner to turn around a few struggling productions, Ron has decided to start his own television production company. Ron was born in the US but grew up in Paris even, with his once famous mother and his brother Robbie. He gobbled up American cinema whenever he could, and when he was old enough, he returned to Hollywood to attend film school. He brings a special kind of charisma and an eye for unusual shots, particularly when it comes to comedy. Those he's worked with have gone on record as saying he's an attentive director who can work with actors to make sure the timing of a joke lands perfectly. Ron plans to pitch new shows to major television studios as soon as 1986. Until then, he plans to find the right project. He's occasionally called upon his younger brother, well, we already knew that, I guess, for script punch-ups, and has thought about bringing him into the fold. Robbie. A small rumors article from 92 that claims that self-taught television screenwriter Robbie Roottrees. Hold on. Still no Shazam, huh? Still no Shazam, huh, Forgetty? Screenwriter Robbie Roottrees was allegedly tried and convicted under the name Robert in a French court of law. It seems he, again allegedly, embezzled from the company RR Productions to fuel a gambling habit that left him hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. He then fled to Paris, where he grew up, and then Silver Screen continues to insist is all very much allegedly, and assaulted an officer who came to question him. Article's author says they were unable to get a statement from French authorities, but received information from an anonymous source and were able to confirm through public record that there was a trial involving Robert Roottrees around the time that Brother Trouble was canceled. Is prisoner an option? Incarcerated? No. So he was a screenwriter. We know that name is correct. We know these are the two kids. I guess it's possible this name is incorrect. Apparently it was Christina. Well, what are the odds of that? So who's the Tessa, I wonder? Booyah! We're getting there, chat. I have to finish today, otherwise I'm uninstalling the game. So there's one more kid with the name Roottrees. There's only one more Roottrees left, and it's Tessa. You wouldn't have Roottrees, and you would not have Roottrees either way. So is it safe to assume that this is Tessa, then? Relatively safe to assume. So we finished these bozos, so they can go suck a donkey. Okay. Now... oh, it actually tells you. Still claims that there's 6. I wish I understood this better. What 6 fucking things could be connected to this woman still? 6. There's nothing around her that is unsolved. Besides her grandmother's name, maybe. 6. Can you listen to Conquistador again? Absolutely not. There's 6 names, pictures, and occupations. Don't let our conflict spread to the next gen. So Carl and Caroline did not get along. Necessarily. Because she didn't like the candy company. 6 names, pictures, occupations are tied to this that I have not used yet. I already looked her up, I believe. Did I not, actually? Stephanie Jones? Born Stephanie Landon. I definitely looked this up. Yeah, nothing there. Nothing new. Okay. Love is our future, chat. Yeah, I guess I don't... Still don't understand why Ron and Robbie are not connected to their mom and are cordoned off. Yeah, I'm not really sure. If I want to nudge. Give me like 6 minutes. You can count me down, though. Campaign mailer. Partial explanations. There's not much left. It's really all of the clues are in this campaign mailer. So there's something from here. Because if you look in the top right here, there's like 1 clue here, apparently. There's 1 clue here. So there has to be a lot here, somehow. You don't see eye to eye when it comes to candy company, but if you could talk to your girls about putting out a statement reporting Stephanie, she could use the publicity. Do we think I could somehow search her name plus the kids' names? Read the full article in the Times. We already did that. Nothing there. I know nothing about Bonnie Hudson, I've realized. I guess I'm just gonna search there because I don't know. Let's try a couple things here, right? Bonnie Hudson. I'm not even certain where I found her name. Maybe if I go to the history and search Hudson. And there's nothing there, apparently. The fuck? Okay. What if I search my computer? Oh, wait. What if I look at my posters? Riot Girl. The Notorious Montjoys. Found guy, she was the remaining Hudson. Yeah, to some degree, I think. So there's a couple unconfirms here. I don't know Edward's occupation. This is an old photo, so we don't know her. I guess I can Google. Spoojle. November, Roottrees. Nothing. Tessa Roottrees. I still am not really sure how you're supposed to get to this, but maybe by deduction. Partial explanation clue. Oh, I think that's this thing, which was really just a recap of everything that the lady told us when she came to the door. Your article could have something in November. Nothing in the Butler County Times. November is a kid. Contained movie production news focused on the business of old Hollywood. Should I search Quinn here? Nothing of interest there. Is there anything else I can do with that periodical, maybe? I mean, they're like done. There's a legitimate clue in there. Roottrees sisters and their parents died in a plane crash December 6, 1998. The next evening, a shadowy figure appeared at your door and said the lawyers were looking to sort out the family tree. After a quick test, the figure gave you access to some resources, included a list of notable Roottrees who they said would be the easiest family members to place. They returned with new resources, a photo of Carl's generation, taken in the mid to late 70s, as well as some papers and mail from his office. Before they called you, you heard a report on WRTD radio that seemed important to your investigation. Newscaster mentioned you should search online. I did do that. Maybe I should do it again. Real quick, and then I'll come back if I have to. Investigative Jazz chat. During their news segment, they have been talking about the plane crash. This most recent hour, they also talked about a picture taken from the Carl's office after the plane crash and promised an interview online with the psychologist. It's revealed there wasn't a break-in. Instead, someone with a key to the office took the picture after discovering the pipes burst due to the recent storm. It means it was likely someone close to the family who was aware of the photo's history and wanted to save it. The psychologist, however, also goes on to posit the culprit had an alternate agenda, specifically because nobody in the family has come forward to say that is in their possession. So the person who took the photo, I think we know, is the person who has hired us, who might also be the person who's trying to disproving someone's relation to the family. Don't believe their lies. This is just another instance of the Roottrees curse being real. Oh, I don't think I ever searched that. A real true thing. I bet you Carl was murdered and the picture had evidence of it. There's a long... Oh, shit. Here we go, chat. All right. Long, rambly conspiracy website with very small, very red text on a black background that says the Roottrees are cursed. It has been recently updated with the following. With Carl and Brenda and their girls, that makes 5 new deaths. Not only that, but 3 of the 5 presidents of the Roottrees company have died mysteriously. They say Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver in '82, but nobody was arrested. I was supposed to know this a long time ago, I think. Then Ernie Madsen Jr. stepped down. Was he poisoned? Now, just this week, Carl died in a plane crash. This cannot be a coinkydink. Ernie Madsen Jr. stepped down. Was he poisoned? What do you mean, was he poisoned? There's another entry that claims if you connect the dots in the pattern of the 5 pieces wrapper, it creates a Mayan ruby skull. Copy that. A secret message meant to subliminally scare people away. A post before that has a link to a website that talks about how Earth has 4 corner simultaneous 4-day time cubes. What the fuck are you talking about? The author of this website seems to agree. An entry from a few months ago claims that the owner of the site received an email from Chris Raff75 at prodigy.us asking him to take down his site with faked proof that Ernie Madsen Jr. actually had a heart condition and wasn't poisoned. The owner claims that although the proof looks quite considerable, he knows the proof was fake because he's an expert at creating fake evidence. What do you... You lost me so much. The owner claims that although the proof looks quite credible, he knows that the proof was fake because he's an expert at creating fake evidence. The first entry is from 1996 as a blurry picture of the Roottrees Candy Company factory, seemingly taken from the website's author from behind a fence and through some trees. It seems that Operation RT-29 is real. I witnessed a helicopter land on February 29, 1996. The website footer says all images and ideas by Thomas Overwood. Okay, there's a lot to follow up on here. Step 1, Mayan Ruby Skull. You find a few conspiracy websites that claim the Mayan ruby skull is a symbol of death. The alleged proof is a blurry photo of a reddish shape that is supposedly a cave painting from South America. According to legend, discovered beneath the painting were bones from hundreds of different people and animals. One site also mentions that the photographer who took the picture died when their boat capsized after crashing into a skull-shaped rock. Amongst the spinning skull gifs, you find no sources or verifiable details to back up the photos or claims. To you, the blurry photo looks more like an egg than a skull. Oh, wait. Chat? Wait. I posit something here. Egg. Egg cream. So in one of the original flavors to the candy was egg cream, which was later removed. Is this somehow connected to that? To like the bigger puzzle, maybe? Someone write that down. I'll copy this. I'll make a page called EC. Whoops. I've lost it. No, I hit delete. Fucking ducks. Damn it. E.C. Thank you. Right. Go back one. So that's a dead end for now. I guess I'm going to search this? Nothing relevant. Wait. You begin to read the site and come to the conclusion that the words "no relevant results" isn't a strong enough description for what you're seeing here. It's a massive column of technical terms that aren't real and confusing rants you can't find any meaning in. Regardless, it won't help with your search. What? What are you talking about? Okay. They hacked me? Fucking knew it. Chris Raff 75. Well, I guess that's him. Right? You can't search an email address, right? Can I send him an email? Oh shit, we found something. I'm shocked. Oh no, did I just get hacked? How does this work? You can't just search an email address. Find a simple page called The Art of Rafferty, copyright 1997, on Prodigy that lists the author's email address, chrisraff75 at prodigy.us. Below a bunch of gifts that say under construction, there are a few art pieces. The first is a painting captioned "Me and my fiance," spelled terribly, Lulu, a painting I did for my first year of college that I plan to give her when we get married and may go tartans. There's an odd collage called Cousins, which seems to be made up of 3 scrambled images. The accompanying artist's statement says, "We had to create a piece of art about our family. I asked as many of my extended family of cousins for their pictures as I could, even some I've never met. Only a few of them got back to me, and my teacher said I wasn't allowed to use pictures of Raina, Riley, or Rose, so I had to get creative and use only my third cousins. This includes Davy, he swims for Yukon, and Bethany's yearbook picture. She's Davy's younger sister. And Stephanie, who was an only child. Chris's artwork has been added to your evidence, but the cousins' photos will need to be unscrambled before you can use them. You've downloaded a new application, PixPop, to edit the photos." Oh, no. Oh, what is this? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, no. Zoom with your mouse. Or left click. Oh my god. This is terrible. I hate it. I don't What is this? What's happening? It's terrifying. Oh, wait, one. Okay. 2. I swear it wasn't working right before, chat. It's not even my fault. This should be easy, actually. What's that say? Like, why isn't that working right? See, why isn't it lining up right? Is this not right? That might be why. Fuck. What are these words? The hell am I looking at? What? What is this? Dichotomai? Dichotomy? Chat, I need a reminder. What does dichotomy mean? If you laugh at me, you're in deep shit. Middle school? I don't even know if that's the right way up. What the fuck am I looking at here? Oh. Okay. Partition of a whole or set into 2 parts. What does that have to do with anything? Slide the photo back into a shape. Oh, I don't want to. Oh, I don't feel like it. Oh, it doesn't look right, Dink. What in the fuck? I see a nipple. Oh, oh my god. Okay, like that. I guess that's right. This goes at the top somewhere? No? Hello? Like that? I don't know why, but I hated all of that. All right. New evidence, baby. Got this weirdo. 3 cousins. Dichotomi. This one swims for Yukon or whatever they said. They said the glasses skipped a generation for some kids or something. So Chris got these photos of their cousin. So I don't think any of them are him. But this is Chris and his fiancée Lulu. Okay. Okay, and those are just the scrambled images. Okay. So I guess he's an artist? Hello, Lulu? Hello? Luisa? I guess her name's Luisa Garcia. Artiste? I suppose so. Okay. Did he say 3rd cousins? Where did I read that? Not allowed to use them. And use my third cousins, which means just no one within this tree, I think. None of these idiots. Okay. There's two over here. Kissing cousins. Would they really be a cousin? Not really. Maybe kinda. They said that Stephanie was an only child. We know Stephanie. Reese Grumman, his company artist name says, we need to create a piece of art about our family. Only if you got back to me. This includes Davy, he swims for Yukon, and Bethany's yearbook photo. She's Davy's younger sister, so Davy and Bethany are related, and Stephanie, who is an only child. So Davy and Bethany are related. He swims for Yukon. Stephanie must be the one with the glasses then. But it's not her, it's a different Stephanie, I guess, huh? There's a Stephanie Cattrall somewhere out there. Stephanie is an only child. I mean, if we're talking strictly third cousins, then Stephanie has to be here. Right? She's a student then, which means her father's last name is Cattrall. And then these two must be the Hudsons, right? Whoops. Name. David Kellogg. Third and fourth? So there must be a fourth. Okay, so he's in college, so he's probably older. So this must be the other David Kellogg. Which means this must be Bethany, we said? Bethany Kellogg. These are still cousins, right? Yeah. So he's a college student. And she's younger, so we'll assume that she's in K-12. Wait, we don't have a picture of her? No, we do. This one. Okay, so I filled in 1, 2, 3, 4. So something's wrong. Because every 4, I should get a ding-dong. I said yearbook photo. She's Davy's younger sister. That's correct. He swims for Yukon. Maybe could be a college student too. He's got red hair like Bonnie. Didn't change anything. At least here in the US, you'd get a yearbook photo every year, basically. Swap the girls? This ain't a yearbook photo, though, right? Black hair, huh? This is a very typical American yearbook photo, this one. This is definitely what you would say. What year was this? Also, do we know? Copyright 1997. But he did this while in school. He swims for Yukon. University of Connecticut. Find out that it's the University of Connecticut and that Davy Kellogg IV is on their swim team, the Huskies. He also came in second in his most recent competition, though that doesn't seem relevant. So I don't think there is anything. So what is wrong here then? I mean, he's clearly an artist, or is he still a student? No, he's still a student. That's all it is. He's still a student because he talks about it being an art project. And it was still 97. Aha. That's all it was. Yay. We're getting close, chat. 5 moss. He said go tartans. Tartans? Truge. Okay. I didn't get any new evidence, though. This is nearly done. Guy Hudson. Bonnie is an additional photo. Guy is an additional photo, apparently, somewhere out there. Here are all the names not used, it seems. They said something about a car accident with this guy. Maybe I should search his name in the periodicals for the local thing. Guy Hudson. Does not archive their obituaries. They did a front page story in 1982 about Guy Hudson and his wife Patricia dying in a car accident. Patrish. Rip Patrish. The story itself is surprisingly light on relevant details to the recency of the incident. Police reported that the crash was caused by an unidentified driver who swerved in front of Hudson's car, causing the brake car to veer off the interstate. Although Guy was a somewhat controversial president, foul play is not suspected. There were witnesses who reported that the vehicle which instigated the wreck was speeding, swerving between lanes, and cutting other drivers off as well, or at least 5 or 6 minutes before the tragic accident. One witness says it could have been any of us who they eventually ran off the road. The aggressor fled after the accident, and police have few leads other than make and model. What can you tell me? Guy had been president of the Roottrees company for only 4 years. Through an undoubtedly volatile period in the company's history, he and his wife had no children. Is there anything else I can glean from this? It doesn't really feel that way, right? Is that it? Kind of surprising. There was also his obituary or something, maybe. I should probably search his name. Zachariah Morton. Zachariah Morton. Nothing relevant. Shocking. And I don't know his wife's name. Clancy Edward Roottree. Nothing. Maybe the business one? Huh. There was something here. Clan structures were mentioned many times in Business Watch. Most are from the 40s and 50s, but occasionally more recent references creep in. From a context, it's clear that it allows the entire Roottrees family to earn money based on profits from the candy company. The first article you can find from 1943 mentions that the infallible legal aspects of it were designed by Clancy Edward Roottree to secure the future of his father's famous name. Might find more details online. We already found all that. Ooh, here we go. Guy Hudson, along with his twin sister, are no strangers in the public when it comes to Roottrees snacks. They both appeared in the company's advertisements as children during the Boys and Girls Agree era. Let me copy that. Now Guy is taking over the Roottrees company at the end of the year. Who would have known that one of those two adorable redheads, Guy credits his mother and father, Angie and Christopher, with providing his fiery hairdo. I think we already determined this. See. arguing over everything but chocolate, would grow up to take over the whole company. Guy's uncle and current president, Zachariah, has decided to take an early retirement to focus on traveling the world with his wife. Zach was quoted saying, "Now that our daughters have started families of their own, Clara and I plan to reflect on a life well lived." Clara Lansing. Bum. Another one filled in, although this doesn't actually lead us anywhere. These are kind of optional. Guy is new to the business world, but he's family. We at Roottrees have faith in his innovative ideas, and he's eager to share them with the world. We like to think that boys and girls agree that he's ready to succeed. Okay. The boys and girls agree era? The fuck does that mean? Business watch? Teen blast? Copy. You find a site. Ooh, I printed something. Ooh, I printing something. You find a site about successful ad campaigns. One of the ads listed is from the late 50s. Boys and Girls Agree. It is a series of television and magazine ads for Roottrees chocolate bars. The ad campaign is described as having the premise that boys and girls are often diametrically opposed, except when it comes to one thing, both of them agree that Roottrees is their favorite. The first advertisement in the series was the most memorable due to the bright red hair of the boy and the girl involved. One of the magazine advertisements has been added to your evidence. Oh, these are the Hudson kids. Boys and girls agree. Ad campaign is described as having the premise that boys and girls are often diametrically opposed. Yeah. So that didn't really lead us anywhere. It gave me the alternative photos for them. Essentially, I feel. So she's not gonna have a photo. I got that name. So we need to follow up on November Roottrees, Edward Roottrees, Elias C. Roottrees, and Tessa Roottrees, who was the last living Roottrees. She is actually not certain here at all. Well, we know November is in that photo, so actually that might be certain now. If we look at that photog, which is from the 70s, the only one who's not checked off are her and him. Okay. Edward Roottrees. I guess we'll search. Obviously, he's not going to be in Teen Blast. Business Watch? Nothing. I'll check the music. Butler County Times? Nothing? Nothing, I guess, huh? Huh. Sarah Cassell, Edith Jacobson, Helen Lennon, Joan Monroe, April Quaritch. Is it possible that her mother's name is April simply because her name is a month also? Or is that a stretcherino? Fuck it. I'm going for it. April. Boom. Solved. I don't even know his occupation. But they said it was knowledge leaning. Thus, he's a professor. He's in advertising. There must be more info about this guy somewhere, though. What's up, Nacho? April Quaritch. Nothing. 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 from our evidence, there's not much left here. You still got this campaign mailer, apparently, that shockingly still has more info somehow connected to it. So there's still something there. It might not be so directly connected, right? Love is our future. Should I search love is our future? Was there anything else from that conspiracy? I feel weird searching this. Okay. Yukon Time Cube. The Roottrees curse. Wasn't there something else here? Aha. It seems that Operation RT29 is real. Search that. You find more conspiracy websites. Aha. Some people out there claim that the Roottrees are changing the candy recipe to include more and more chemicals, and that was done in cooperation with bad actors from an unknown government. They claim that due to a loophole in the calendar, it is possible to get away with nearly any crime on a leap day, so long as it isn't discovered until the day is over, and that every 4 years on a leap year, the Roottrees Company hosts a meeting with foreign agents to conspire to poison our children. What? Their proof is that Roottrees candies contain polyglycerol polyricinoleate, an ingredient of the candy that wasn't there when it first released. They claim it is added in an attempt to addict people and eventually induce mind control. The website claims to sell pills that counteract this effect for children that have already eaten Roottrees candy in the past. Do an additional search for polyglycerol, and it seems to be an emulsifier in chocolate approved by the FDA and widely used for many products. This hasn't told me shit. Right? There's no point in searching this, as far as I can tell. Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, Dragon what's up? Oh, there was someone's name, you're right. Thomas Overwood. All images and ideas by Thomas Overwood. Hey, Dragon thank you so much for the 15 months. Ooh. Seems to have a few different websites about mysterious deaths and curses. In addition to the Roottrees curse website, you also find one about the truth behind Spirit Cola, which claims that Spirit really stands for Satan's plague is returning in 2000. And then in the year 2000, anyone who has drunk Spirit Cola will die. Another website is Stock Markets and the Devil's Numbers, which claims that if you multiply any stock price by 666, then also multiply the current year by the same stock's price, then add those two numbers together and divide the entire total by the stock price, and finally subtract the current year, you always end up with, oh my god. This guy's a complete and utter clown. So that is giving me nothing. Search periodicals. Nothing relevant there. Business Watch? Nothing, huh? Kind of surprised by that. Thomas Overwood. No way that name's in the list, right? No Thomas Overwood. Jacobson. Why? I know the name Jacobson. Edith Jacobson. We done heard it somewhere earlier, I swear. Am I crazy? I might be thinking of her dead husband, Jacob, though. I mean, Edith's an old name, so maybe he got married to Edith. I don't see anything here, right? I'm not gonna search this, am I? Thank God. Am I gonna play Sorrows? I already did. Is it worth it? Eh. Kinda. I don't know that there must be a lot more behind the miracles that we can find. Right? I think Sorrows is mostly worth the experience. Mostly worth the experience. I don't want to say too much beyond that, though, because it's very easy to get spoiled for it if it's something you're interested in. How can the campaign mailer have that much information behind it still? Miracle in the Teen Mag? Maybe. Yeah, I'll take it. You can just search Miracle here. Not in the Starlet. Not in Teen Blast. Silver Screen. Business Watch. I might have to be more specific with my search, too. Miracle Third Roottrees. I guess I'll search. Nothing relevant. A preacher man. There must be a way to find out more info about them, right? I don't know what his connection is, really. Elias M. Roottrees? Nothing. Nada. Might find something. Oh, right. We read this, but this might still be useful. One article mentioning legal troubles. Unfortunately, it's a throwaway line in an article about a tour they plan to take across the southern United States called the 3 Generations of Miracles. I tried to search this and I got nothing. The author speculates they're going on tour to leave their legal troubles behind. Because of all the advertisements, the results in the Butler County Times are not particularly relevant to search. Any attempts to find more about these legal troubles is thwarted. Goes exclusively by Miracle Jr. The Miracle Network, which is a collection of churches, television shows, and products that can be purchased as multiple advertisements in each issue. Yeah, maybe because specifically goes by that. I don't know if the periods are good or bad. You think no Roottrees? Oh, so like no last name? Oh. Well, here it says Roottrees. It did pop something up, but it's the same thing that we already saw. Same thing. Same thing. Miracle Jr. Nothing. 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 Miracle Jr. is a televangelist who is part of the Miracle Network. He used to have a show that aired on local access across many nations in the northeastern United States. Aha! According to a website called Clergy Watch, he was exposed and subsequently charged with conspiracy to defraud the public in 1979 when he claimed to heal someone in a wheelchair. A news expose revealed it was his wife Edith's sister in a disguise. Edith. Okay. The Goss, the hot Goss. The author also mentions that Edith had a bit of a checkered past herself, but doesn't clarify. He has since lost his television show and instead goes on tour across the southern United States where he was not well known before the scandal. Okay. Teeny tiny bit of progress. Yeah, sometimes you gotta search like very specifically. Which is kind of, what was it, Jacobson? You find a link to a partial corrupted list of archived articles from the Butler Times. Edith Jacobson. There's a crime blotter article about Edith Jacobson, but also mentions a Helen Roottrees, who? And a Lucinda Jacobson. Oh, hold on. In 1971, when she was 18, Edith and her sister Lucinda were arrested for trespassing at the Miracle Congregation's church in Butler County. They were pretending to be church employees in an attempt to get into the room where the church houses their weekly tithings. The church didn't press charges. They were caught by Helen Roottrees, who was there at the time while her husband Miracle was away preaching. I guess it's Helen Lennon. Helen Roottrees was quoted saying, "Jesus forgives, and so do we. The Lord works in mysterious ways, and I'm confident He has brought these young women to us for a greater purpose." Do you think... Oh, there's only one Jacobson. Bit of an ew? Bit of an ew, right? We don't know much about this guy still. I'm not liking these miracle bros so far, though. Miracle third. Should I search Lucinda? Same thing. Helen Roottrees. Same thing. Yeah, oh, let's check the Lucinda for names. It's supposed to only show birth names, so no Lucinda. With a name like Miracle, we should have seen it coming. Seriously. Okay, let me try Miracle third. Nothing relevant. Waiting for the cult side of the family. It's always the preachers. Was there anyone normal in the family? Yeah, seemed pretty cool. Pretty chill. He just liked the candy. That's my understanding. He was alright. She seems like she's the most respectful one. Because she was sort of out of the family, then she got back into the family, and it seemed like she had to work quite hard to get her placement. This guy turned his children into like child models, which is always just strange to me. I'm sorry. I don't care for that. Clergy watch thing. Yeah, clergy watch. American is a televangelist. That was the website. So it sent me the same thing. According to a website called Clergy Watch. It wouldn't be in a periodical then, right? Part of the Miracle Network. I feel like I've certainly looked for that here, but not sure. Nah, this is the same thing. Yeah, we read this a long time ago. A blurb about the tour, which has been added to your evidence. But it doesn't list it. as having anything left for us to check into, it seems to me. So I guess we don't need to look at it. Oh, wait. Miracle Third and his wife, Nicole, are said to be the youth pastors. Well, wait a minute. Well, what the fuck? Why didn't it say that there's something left there? You liar, game. What a piece of shit. I tell ya. God, I knew I never should have played this game. Not one bit. I'm uninstalling it as we speak. World famous. It doesn't count optional stuff? Oh. Oh, sure. I don't know shit about Elias still. I don't know your occupation. I don't know anything about you. Campaign mailer really has 16s tied to it. All right, since it's getting late in the night, Chris, give me something here to go off of. Stephanie is connected to the miracles. Butler news with Stephanie Jones. I must have searched that though. I must have. Small report detailing election results. Stephanie apparently won her election. You also find a full version of the clipping on the back of the campaign mailer. While most of it is unimportant, you do find the following. Stephanie Jones, born Stephanie Landon, to a marriage to local business owner Brian Jones. I guess I could search Brian Jones. Local business owner. Grew up in a home without a father. We know this. With my mother and her partner, I essentially had an entirely female influence. She's a distant cousin of the Roottrees. Her mother, Caroline, a local artist, has often come out opposed to the corporation's policies regarding deforestation in indigenous trees to expand their maple farms. I'm not a fighter. I want to bring love to the world. I guess I'll search Brian Jones here. Oh shit, we got something. Hold on, hold it. Hold it. There are many advertisements over the years, as well as a small article from 95 about Jones Graphic and Print. The article is a piece about Brian Jones taking over his father's print company after 20 years. Brian seems to not have let it go to waste as a marketing opportunity during an interview portion. I've been in and out of that shop my whole life. My father taught me everything there is to know when it comes to getting the job done right and getting it done quick. We've been a printing staple of Butler County for years, and even the Butler County Times uses us for their coupon pages a few times a year. Thanks, by the way. He laughs. But still, whether you're a new client or one of the regulars, nothing will change. Come on down for the best prices on bulk printing anywhere in the state of Pennsylvania, or search for us online. I designed the website myself. Jones Graphic and Print. Jones Graphic Print is a company that, according to his website, has existed in Butler County for some time. The website seems fancy. It even has frames. Okay. The website lists the address, hours, and a few examples of clients and the type of work that was done for each. Stephanie Jones campaign mailers, Roottrees Candy Company, various banners and posters. Butler County Holiday Light Post banners, Miracle Network tour flyers. Oh. Aha. Roottrees Motors coupon flyers, Butler County School District various banners and posters, Butler Summer Theater posters, and set contributions for Children of Eden. At the bottom it says, we also do web design. Come on in and get a quote today. Musical with songs by Steven Schwartz. A game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnston really likes it. Realized it could kind of fit timeline-wise with a game he was making, and decided to use it instead of something fake as a kind of Easter egg. Is this a joke? Egg. You don't need to check it out, but if you do, I like the songs The Hardest Part of Love and Lost to the Wilderness. Also, if you haven't already, you should hit the back button to go back to Jones Graphic Print. Instead of searching for Children, or even you should probably search for whoever was performing it. How's about that? performs plays and musical during the summer. Makes sense. It is not summer currently. Their website has a thank you message. Thank you for making our 1998 season such a success. Stay tuned for announcements about performances in 99. Website lists the credits of a musical, which seems to be the final show they performed last season. There's a cast list, but none of the names seem relevant. Wait. Below the cast, it lists the crew, and two things stand out. Posters and additional set design elements by Jones Graphic Print, and choreography by November Studios. What? Oh, whoops, I just needed November Studios. Shut up. At local dance school, they advertised lessons for ballet and jazz classes. There is hardly any other information available. I guess I'll search over here then? So November Studios, maybe they should have called this place No Mention Studios because you don't find any information about it anywhere. Nice thought, though. Why would you do this to me, game? I'm desperate out here. Sassy game. I don't think I learned shit yet. All right. Roottrees Motors. Let's do that. We could try the school district too. You find a hit for Roottrees Motors on the Jones Graphic and Print website, which you've already seen. You don't find any trace of them on the internet. As a local business, they may be featured in other places. Fuck's sakes. There's an ad for Roottrees Motors in the paper. It seems Roottrees Motors used to be called Wilkins Motors. An ad for Roottrees Motors has run in every week's Butler County Times for many years, but recently has been changed to include a picture. 3 different unique versions of the ad have been added to your evidence. Should I try Wilkins while I'm here? You don't feel that the older ads are relevant. Though why the name would have changed might be. Oh. Write that down. What do we got here? Wilkins Motors is now Roottrees Motors. We may have a new name, but we promise we're still the same family business. All that's different is we've joined a sweeter family. Ha ha. Funny noises? Need new oil? Come on down. We'll fix her up. Call the fixers at 555. Fix her up. Right off I-72. Take exit 23. 1974-77. Okay. You're a local family mechanics servicing the entire Pittsburgh area. Funny noises, need no oil. I don't see anything interesting here, do you? They're telling me something over here, chat. You see this? Dan, cheese, hurt, porium. Here have the world's best something. They're trying to tell me something. Tessa Roottrees, our newest fixer, learned all there is to know about cars from her Roottrees Motors parents. Roottrees Motors, her local family mechanic for 50 years. Funny noises, need no oil. So she's a mechanic. And assumably her parents would be mechanics too, right? This one appeared in 96. Oh, I need to click her face, don't I? Okay. This kind of makes sense given his outfit. Because he has a name tag, right? Mechanic. Mechanic. We don't know his wife's name, though. Tessa Roottrees. Right, so is the idea that he married into it? It would be Catherine Wilkins. Okay. So they're all done. So who's left? There's not much. Edward Roottrees. In November, where we hit a really big dead end. Piece of shit game. November's job. Wasn't a dead end. Local dance school. They advertise lessons for ballet and jazz classes. There is hardly any other information available. Oh, I see what you're saying. Dancer? Okay. Then it's just him that we have left, which I'm sure we kind of crossed off somewhere. I've known his occupation since very early on. Yeah, I'm not surprised. So it might be all the way back in somewhere like here, right? Something I read a while ago. Edward. We need to look for more information about Edward. Not this one, I don't think, though. Because she mentions her brothers, and I guess that's what I'm kind of looking for. Hold on. Wait. Pop seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. So he was a lawyer too then, I guess. Ready? These 4 entries are correct and have been unlocked. Orich, Helen Lennon, Edith Jacobson. Booyah. Top secret.
To my genealogy genie.
Huh?
If you're reading this, it means you've locked in 49 blood relatives. Congratulations. I knew you could do it. There are 2 more entries on the family tree I'd like you to consider. These last 2 are optional. You can summon me whenever you wish. However, this will end your search and reveal the truth. So make sure you're ready.
Okay. Who is EC? We know that he's an... Do we even know that EC is a man? Because they mentioned Miller, a Mr. Miller. And she stayed with EC. These last 2 are optional and won't lock in until you say I'm ready. Summon you whenever you wish. Egg cream. Confirmed bachelor. They did say that. Oh, maybe confirmed bachelor was some kind of hint that he was gay or something like that. That was sort of their term for it, and also why he was ousted from the family potentially. And also had a roommate, you know, back in the fucking 40s or whatever it was. So let me find the thing that mentions Mr. Miller again exactly, which I think is somewhere in here. Oh, they even indicate it still, do they? Oh, no, they don't. I thought it was in one of these, like one of the first ones about Sam. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands, EC and John, when he used to drive past the old Andersons. John Miller, then. Maybe that's Edward Clancy, who is actually one of the kids, but who was ousted after he came out of the closet. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands, EC and John, when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm and on his way to work. Upon hearing that, Zach checked the records and managed to confirm all three are on the books. Eli, Miracle's youngest, chimed in. Sam gave him little tools. Where did I find the Mr. Miller thing then, I wonder? In the confirmed bachelor thing. Maybe in the updated diary. Sam again. Pop warned us away from that farm for years. I never met EC in person, but Pop once referred to him as a confirmed bachelor, and I suspect that's why he kept us from there. Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. I'm not sure Sam will ever forgive Uncle Junior or Patsy for a band. So it also makes sense, right? It would also make sense why Samantha hates the rest of the family so much, because, or at least Elias and Gwyneth, because this is someone who assumedly should have been part of the Five Pieces. I was going to say, it doesn't really make sense, part of the story here. They came up with the idea of the 5-piece candy, but I don't have solid evidence of this, but it seemed like they had the candy ready before Miracle was born. Like way after the rest of the kids. The candy existed before they had 5 kids, supposedly. So I bet this kid was originally part of the naming convention there, essentially. There's Sarah Cassell and Joan Monroe left. If I wanted to take a stab at that too here. They have 6 kids, but one of them is dead to them. Yeah, I'm kind of guessing that. Those old 5-piece flavors. Elderberry. Yeah, EC. And wait, does the EC fall correctly in the timeline here?
Yes.
That's why I said egg cream here. GEEC. Yeah. Darkout, what's up? Thank you so much for the 10 months. What's up? You need to continue to have 5 kids. 1920. Charles Lee. Should I search egg cream? What is elderberry anyway? No way it tells me anything, right? Yeah. Smell of elderberry. How would we find out this name exactly, I wonder, then? So we know the initials are EC. That's very obvious. I could go, like, really far back here, maybe? I could imagine. This is from 1928. So by then, the kid had been already ousted, unfortunately. Oh, it's from 1928, 6 years after the debut of 5 Pieces. don't know if that really means, if that matters, huh? Then there's the current flavors, which this shouldn't tell me anything. It doesn't seem like the flavors matter. Huh. I don't know. Nothing. Could be another Elias? It would feel quite strange, like they had Elias Jr. and then like, what about second Elias Jr.? Elias Cream Roottrees. Samantha Miller. She was never formally adopted as far as we know. Maybe I should search John Miller though. It wasn't really like that, as far as I understand. They had an illegitimate child when they were young, and I guess they turned the kid over to the farm, basically, and the grandparents set her up with these two to live with these two and take care of her for some reason. Then they got married much later on in life, and so she kind of became a legitimate part of the family. Nothing for John Miller. Elias Cream Roottrees. If only, right? I guess I should search the periodicals for, like, John Miller here. Nothing. Cream. I feel like Cream isn't such a bad middle name. Can we all agree? It ain't so bad. I only have 2 names left here. Sarah Cosell. It is a fine name. Sarah Cosell. Nothing. Did I spell it right? Did. Joan Monroe. Creaming is your middle name. Chat, please. Creamlian? No. No. Where else would they have mentioned the name? Something very old, I think, right? Where he talks about his kids before he knows? Before he disowns the poor guy? Invents 5 pieces in 1922, well before Miracle is born. The 5 flavors is chosen based on the initials of his 5 children, 1 flavor per child. Aha. I mean, we knew that already, but I guess helps confirm. First of 5 children. New recipe and flavors finalized. Canada begins nationwide distribution. I mean, how old was that kid by 1928, really? Couldn't have been that old. With the help of his son, Elias Roottrees Jr.'s architecture firm, a new industrialized factory and warehouse are built in Butler County. Game Changer? Still haven't checked it out. One of these days. You gotta remember. Business watch. Y'all keeping up with Taskmaster? Make sure you keep up. Where would you find the EC thing? It's very well hidden, they kind of told us. It's not gonna jump out, probably. He mentions that they mix up his name. You're on Series 17, you're getting there. How's the latest Taskmaster season? Oh, it's good. Fantastic. They had Kumail Nanjiani? Is that how we say it? I think so. The Egg Task? Hell yeah. Joel's a sweetheart, right? else. Search all the names we have left. Wait. They said that all 3 names were on the books. Can I use that to my advantage somehow? Hold. Where do they say that? Zach checked the records and managed to confirm all 3 are on the books. We also got a picture I haven't used, which I assume it has to be EC. The old Anderson farm. Is that a hint too? Did one of them have an illegitimate child? Maybe that's more the problem? Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands AC and John when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm on his way to work. Anderson farm. I actually did find something. I might have read this though. Find information. Yeah, I did, because it says a photo was added. Before marrying Elias, Gwyneth Roottrees was Gwyneth Anderson. She had no brothers, so as the oldest sister, she was to inherit the Anderson maple farm so long as she married. Before Elias took over the farm and produced only syrup, it was supposedly Elias's idea to create candy instead. Their success was not immediate until they decided to combine the maple with their flavors. The Roottrees Candy Company expanded well beyond their original farm. It has been preserved as a tourist attraction. According to their website, there are still daily demonstrations and educational tours that show off many of the turn-of-the-century appliances that Gwyneth would have used as a housewife in the early 1900s. Yeah, I guess I'll check the periodicals. Ooh, wait. Yeah, I doubt I've read this. Has had consistent ads for tours and demonstrations at the first Anderson Maple Farm for a very long time. The farm also appears every so often in a section about things to do in Butler County. It seems that twice each summer, the Roottrees Candy Company's current head of farming, Mrs. Cattrall, which I think we might have actually used the name of, current head of farming. Oh, it's a Mrs. But they said confirmed bachelor. Unless they were talking about Mr. Miller. I thought we knew a Cattrall, though. Okay, finish reading. Returns to Butler County to demonstrate how 5 pieces were made at the beginning of the century. The demonstration provides free samples of the original 5 flavors. They cost quite a lot to attend and sell out every time, so the Butler County Times recommends getting tickets the moment they go on sale. The ads and blurbs do not have any relevant information to help you with the search. However, you do learn that the farm offers discounts on Tuesdays. We know that Samantha married a Cattrall. She married Ernest Madsen, actually. It was Gwyneth that married a Sam Cattrall. So something's not adding up here. So there was a Mrs. Cattrall who was head of farming, but they said confirmed bachelor, unless I'm misunderstanding something here. Pop warned us away from the farm for years. I never met EC in person, but Pop once referred to him as a confirmed bachelor. Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. Sam and her children were made into the farm heads to avoid having to give them the inheritance. How recent is this article, I guess? So Mrs. Cattrall. But she's too young for that. So Stephanie Cattrall doesn't make sense. There is a Sam Cattrall. Oh, but now, Gwyneth Cattrall. Oh, so she's Mrs. Cattrall. Search Gwyneth Cattrall, maybe? Nothing. Did I spell it right? I think so. Nothing. Okay, so I guess this goes back to egg cream for now. It's clearly a he. The note about mixing letters mentioned how they spelled her father's name wrong. The note about mixing letters. I thought that was about this guy. It's Edward Clancy. All right, where did I find that info, we think? I'll double check it, but the question is, where was that? Eggward Creamacy? Yeah. Oh, that's the only hard part. Diaries. Thank you, Chris. So it was probably about the names, right. Okay, hold on. Ooh, wait. Biggest complaint I got after publishing my diary was how many similar names there are. And I get it, there are 4 Elis for Pete's sake, but that's how it is. Someone would say, I saw Eli in my town. I wouldn't know which one they meant. My brother, my uncle, my cousin. That's why they became Uncle Junior, Miracles Eli, or Eli C. 4 Elis. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 official ones. Yeah, so this is Elias C. Elias Cream Roottrees. Okay. Our family's names are always unusual. Grandpa Elias was a believer in using the names of each generation to honor those in the last. Aha. His father and grandma, Gwyneth's father, were named Edward and Clancy. Oh, wait. His father and grandma Gwyneth's father were named Edward and Clancy. Okay, so now you see where my pop's name came from, which becomes Clancy Edward. One thing that's always been consistent in our family, though, is that anytime someone's a junior, they're always the firstborn son. That goes for Miracle, Eli, and Clancy. With the women, however, it all goes out the window. Blah, 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 blah. If you're reading my diary and confused, you're not alone. Even the government had problems. I remember once receiving certified mail for an Edward Clancy Roottrees. I had to break the news. They got my father's name backwards. Convinced? I'm not really convinced. I hope it's not that, because it doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right. Or did they? The number one reason it doesn't feel right is because that's such a terrible idea on how to name your children. It's so stupid. And like, oh, come on. That's such a terrible idea. Now, wait a minute, but there was something there, I think. There was something there. I have 7 minutes to figure this out, I'm going to say. I feel like there's something there, because maybe we could find out more relatives of theirs, like older relatives, that would hint to how they might name. I think we know that's egg cream, right? So maybe we can look back on some info where they mention even older relatives of theirs, like their grandparents, instead of just... So, like, both of their fathers created Clancy Edward. What about, like, their grandfathers or some weird shit? I would give you a bet, but some of y'all probably actually know the answer. You know what I mean? So I kind of got to look through some other evidence if we have anything left. Like Business Watch here, maybe. No, I already read through most of this again recently. Does it mention anything about his more distant relatives, perchance? Like maybe both of his grandfathers or some shit. God, he looks like a doofus. Lauren would have had to have mentioned her great-grandparents to get anything out of it. I swear to God, if it's Edward Clancy, I'm gonna freak. It's the only... I'll admit it's the only thing that I have, too. Like, if I'm forced to guess. It's interesting they did this red herring thing, but there weren't a lot of red herrings in the game. Try to place the last two wives. I don't know where to even start for them. Clancy Edward Roottrees. Not Clark. Granddad was furious. Complaints. I'm kind of just skimming now. Aunt Margot. Your aunt? Is that helpful? Oh, I've already gotten... Yeah, that's Aunt Margot. The hell's your mother's name? You think she'd mention her mother's name once in here, for crying out loud? What's up, people? Yeah, it's all about Gwen. We're at the end. I'm just trying to see if there's anything, if I can solve the last three things, basically. She was the granddaughter of Elias and Gwen on her father's side. Her mother's family was called the Cassells. Aha! Mother's family were called the Cassells. Boom. Means you are Joan Monroe. So that's done. These two are done. Capiche. I remember reading that, but I guess we didn't know who her father was at the time. So now it's only egg cream now. That's all we got left. I have 3 minutes. Is there anything else I can skim in 3 minutes? It's not that bad. I was worried it was going to go crazy. Edward Clancy. Chris, in the 3 minutes, without giving us the answer, is there anything you'd like to point to? Gonna fight the game dev. No? Fuck, it's Edward Clancy, isn't it? Fuck, it's Edward Clancy. No, it's a terrible name. It's so bad. Oh, I hate it. Where's that old photo of them with egg cream in the background? Hold on. This picture was famous in our house. Pop even had it framed. That's him on the left. It was taken in 1935 to celebrate the move to the new warehouse that Eli Jr. designed. Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo since Miracle was in it, and the three of us were all about the same age. We were told only the 5 pieces, which really didn't go over well, to say the least. Eventually, I suppose to stop the tantrums. They posed us in front of the camera with Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. 20 years later, they never took us a photo. Nothing. Nada. I figured the story out on Friday. I did? Blueprints with the denial at the end. I just don't like the name. I wonder if there's other hints toward it, too. Because it feels like we really only found, like, 2 things. The EC and the fact that they mix up the 2 brothers' names. Well, I guess I'm out of time. Kind of just want to ship Edward egg cream, though. Would he should still have the same name, right? As far as we know. Do I have to type it like the way the game types it? Firm. But first, here's the final optional entries you found. Yay! 100%. Family tree complete, you did it. You're gonna explain some shit, right, game? Booyah. Ah.
So,
Is that
you
Samantha?
thought EC was Edward Clancy Roottrees, and his partner was John Miller?
Well, it had to be the right answer because the voice actress read it out loud, you know? And I don't think that's an Alexa talking.
That's exactly what I needed to hear. I'm Sam Madsen, though you know me as Samantha Roottrees. Yep, I got old.
Who
The
says
only
that?
picture you have of me is from 40 years ago. My book tells the truth about Elias, the 5 pieces, and my
Oh,
parents.
she's got a book.
Not my biological parents, Elias Jr. and Patsy. My fathers, Edward Clancy Roottrees and John Miller. By now, you've either read Lauren's diaries, or you're just an incredible guesser. Lauren was right. I hated the 5 pieces. She just didn't know my full reasoning. My father, Edward Clancy, was a great man. But his identical twin, Clancy, and his father, Elias, were not.
Oh, identical twin. Were there any hints to that?
At age 16, my father was caught kissing a farmhand.
Oh, no.
Back then, they wouldn't even acknowledge gay people existed. Having one in the
Fuck the
family was
Roottrees.
unthinkable. The same year, I was born. A bastard granddaughter. 2 stains on Elias's perfect family. He decided to fix both. They tried to erase Edward Clancy. They even removed his 5 pieces flavor. His name was deemed a dirty word. He became EC.
The
We
scandal.
were sent to the farm, and the 5 pieces did their best to keep the next generation away, to isolate me from family. But Elias couldn't erase us from existence. Laura never realized I was the little girl from her diary.
Yeah, I mean, I remember this
Who
line.
could blame me for being so confused that day? Her father was an exact copy of mine, except without the beard. And while the 5 pieces celebrated a new factory,
Oh, because they're
farm
twins.
hands did the real work. It's a fluke there's a picture of my father at all. But there he is in the background. The 6th 5-piece. Patsy returned, and things got complicated for Elias. She fought for my freedom, from a life she deemed unworthy.
Such beauty is ripped from a rightful fate, and worse, sent to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin. Wait, what? Who? What? Who? Wait, I don't remember this. Steamy correspondence. Did I read this? I might have missed this. I never found this one. How awful is such beauty? Oh, I see. Whoopsie doodle. Patsy returned and things got complicated for Elias. She fought for my freedom from life. So she wrote this.
Elias relented, so long as I never learned the truth or receive inheritance. They knew I'd help my father. At Elias's will reading, I learned part of the truth. The rest I learned at home. I began to hate the 5 pieces. My father made me stay silent. He was worried history would repeat, and that his grandchildren would become outcasts. His fears weren't unfounded. As you know, my son Ernie died a few years ago. He had trained to take over as president. But due to family politics, or perhaps hubris, it went to Guy. A real Roottrea. He nearly ruined the company. When Ernie took over, he saved the operation. Over 13 years, he made the family billions. Ernie earned about $36.
What?
They got by on Debbie's salary, but when he fell ill, he couldn't pay his medical bills. His
They did
death
mention
was
that.
my tipping point.
Which was confusing to me at the time, I admit. I don't know if I really put that together, like why they were struggling so hard with the bills. Wow, they had to live off of poor Debbie's salary? Yeah, I remember they only paid the head of the company, like, the cost of the candy bar or something, which was a weird part of the Clans Trust bullshit.
Originally, my book was meant to expose Elias's hypocrisy. Until I started to look into the other dirty laundry. Ron tried to have Robbie removed from the trust, but couldn't. Robbie was a blood relative, even out of wedlock.
Ron tried to have Robbie removed from the trust. But why?
That sounded familiar. The Clansed Trust that Elias established was designed to secure his family's future. His entire family's future. He couldn't write exceptions in without the whole thing falling apart. My book can definitively prove that Elias was not the paragon of virtue he's heralded as.
Because he embezzled money and became a criminal? Wait, hold on. Ron was the director. Robbie was the screenwriter. Who tried to out who? They lost me there.
And that my daughter and granddaughters are just as much family, at least in the eyes of the trust, as anyone else.
Robbie is not a blood relative?
The Clansed Trust will secure their future. They can decide what to do with their shares. But I'm old, and I'm not in it for the money. The truth has been eating away at me for years, but now I can set the record straight. As someone who enjoys searching for the truth, you might understand the power it has. Whitewashing the past to protect the status quo can lead to repercussions in the present and future. So thank you. You knocked it out of the park. With your expert work, the truth will come to light.
So, sorry, I know I'm stuck on the Ron Robbie thing. I'm stuck on it a little bit. Ron tried to out Robbie because Robbie embezzled money from his production company, from Ron's production company, I guess. So basically, as a form of vengeance, he wanted to get him knocked out of the Roottrea family. Is that basically what it was? Also, I guess he's a stain on the family for becoming a criminal. Okay, gotcha.
And when it does, my share of the Clansed Trust is yours.
Oh?
Like I said at the beginning, set for life.
I thought the idea was she wasn't getting it, though. Or maybe... Oh, I see. But now she's gonna get it for proving who she is. Or rather, we
Looking
did.
at the family tree on your wall, now with my father's, everything finally feels complete. Unless a whole lot more Roottrees somehow appear from thin air. This is the last time I'll come knocking. Thanks again, and so long.
This should prove that she's a blood relative. And thus her children are too, right? It received mixed reviews. Life went on. A new president took over the company. The Roottrea family faded from the news cycle. And then everything changed. Oh? There's another mystery to solve. Oh no, Roottrees Mania is now unlocked as a new game? Wait, what does that mean? I'm a secret Roottrees? The incident at Galley House. Wishlist our new game. Well, I will wishlist your new game because I think your first game was fantastic. Oh, it's coming out this year, chat. Hell yeah. I think we should play it on release, whenever that'll be. There's no date, it looks. It'll be fun to do that on day one. Find out what happens to the infamous family on a whole new mystery. So wait, there's just basically part 2. People here will love Roottrees Mania. It's a second story and they will love it. Second story tomorrow? Oh no. I mean, it wasn't that long. Because the topic? Oh, it's gonna be super gay, isn't it? I think we know what that means, chat. Well, I gotta go. I'm gonna think about it. No promises yet. Because I do have to do something. We have something to check out tomorrow, kind of thing. Maybe I'll save it for Friday? No, then that takes up the whole Friday. I don't know. Let me think about it. When first playing the game, I thought we were going to be like uncovering some malicious intent behind the accident that killed those 3 girls. But in fact, that was just a random accident. You know, that's a good point that I didn't really think about. But yeah, I guess so. It was just a bad accident, I guess, at the end of the day, and had nothing to do with anything. The game did not jump scare me. There was some conspiracy speculation. Yeah, there was some speculation around a curse and some weird conspiracy theory websites, but that was it. Hey, Boated's live. Let's send you over to our good friend Boated. Haven't seen the boat live in a long time, I think. Morbid Metal. I'm gonna think about second story. It's not that I don't want to do it, but we have things to do kind of situation. A little bit is what I would say is all. Maybe Friday. I assume it'll be an all-day affair, though. I did enjoy it. I enjoyed it, so I'd like to see it again, really. I'd like to do more. Maybe we'll save it for like a week or something. Oh, does that make sense? Do I need to have the story fresh in my mem? 6 hours or so? Gosh. All right. We'll see. Give me the night to think about it. We shall see. Chat, show us love the Boated. Thank you so much for coming. Hugs and kisses to all of you. Great game, Chris. Well done. Proud of you. Weird thing to say, but okay. Show us love the Boated. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.